Hello there. I am Sir Yetimet, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. When last we left our heroes, Talos, the dragonborn paladin, Dain, the dwarven paladin, Trest Frostwoods, the charismatic warlock fighter, and Greyhound, the Kobold. The party had gathered up together on a train ride they would not soon forget. Moving quickly, the party intercepted two of these strange creatures, these cloakers that surrounded themselves in illusion and shadow. Terrifyingly, their main source of engagement was to wrap themselves around their prey's faces to deprive them of oxygen while they sucked the blood from their throats. Talos, Trest, and of course Dain fought hard against these creatures. Meanwhile, on another car, hunting the lead of this strange band of creatures, Greyhound was fighting for his life as well. Eventually, after much conflict, the party was able to successfully put these creatures down and claim the head of the leader of these strange cloakers for Greyhound. They then arrived at the Comet's landing at Fort La Montagne. From there, they helped Greyhound to the Barracks of Fort La Montagne to turn in the bounty that he was going for, and then proceeded to make their way back to the Comet's landing there to rest for the night. Going a bit out of a limb for his employer, though, Treth sought to assist his employer Milo in regards to some of the business that was being taken away from the port's Comet's landing over to a nearby location. In fact, directly across the street. A brothel known as Celestial Delights. Taking Dain and Greyhound with him, he investigated to see that it was indeed quite popular, as it seemed to be drawing customers from all across the lands. Relaying as much information as he could to Milo through sending, there was not too much garnered as to exactly why this brothel had set up directly across from the Comet's landing. Though Milo and Treth could not help but feel that it felt personal. As Treth made his way back to Comet's Landing to rest for the night with Greyhound, Dain paused for a moment as he saw the owner of the Celestial Delights come down to speak with the counter clerk that she employed. The two of them locked eyes with one another for a moment before Dain averted his gaze and continued to overhear some of their conversation. The lady then went back upstairs, and feeling satisfied with his investigation, Dain proceeded to make his way back to Comet's Landing. As the party slept for the night, Dain felt a light brush on his cheek that stirred him. He thought it may have been Greyhound who had decided to bunk in his room, and he kind of mumbled for Greyhound to go back to bed, but his eyes shot open when he heard a female voice respond instead. He sat up alarmed and saw the visage of a woman that he last saw in Anar Dracul, one whom he had saved from the iron flask. As the woman stood there looking down at Dain, she smiled warmly at him as she said, "Hello, Dain. It's good to see you again. It's been a while." What does this mysterious appearance mean for Dain? What will the party do next? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. And first, let us go and meet with our party and see how they are doing after this long week. Hello there.
Oh, hi.
I have returned.
Hooray.
About time.
Can't have a D&D session without something going wrong, eh?
Hopefully that's not an ode to what's about to happen to us.
Suddenly we all get a freaking emergency notification on our phones. They're like, duck and cover.
Jeez.
And it's just the Fallout Boy with a thumbs up. It's like half the country, we've been waiting for this. The rest of us just go outside just being like, it's about damn time.
Well, it is good to hear all of your guys' voices. Glad to be back once again. Dain, how are you doing this week?
Doing alright. Just same as usual. Work and more work. Yeah, nothing really too interesting going on my end, unfortunately.
Not yet, at least.
Yeah, that's this is gonna be interesting.
And Ryan, how are you doing today?
Pretty tired. Been doing a lot of school.
I imagine you probably just got back.
Yes, got back to school this month. A lot of homework this week.
Sorry to hear.
Yeah.
No doubt you could use a little bit of a break.
Yes, I could. But I needed a nap for a month.
I know the feeling there.
We gotta take this boy to Vegas.
And how is Aaron doing today?
Not too bad. Same shit, another day.
I feel that. And Shax, how are you today?
Yeah. As good as I can be. Though I want horrible things to happen to terrible people. Yeah. But I'll suffice with Dungeons and Dragons.
I feel like a lot of us probably feel that way. At least we can do terrible things to terrible people in D&D.
Yeah.
Or have terrible
Though it is
people to us.
Though one little bit of satisfaction I am watching is certain people's stocks just plummeting, and I'm just getting a decent amount of satisfaction at watching that.
That's always lovely.
Yeah, it's like, oh, so now you're wondering, you're suddenly saying, oh, maybe we should not do what we were gonna do. Yeah. Why should you?
Sounds about right. Not much has changed for me. I spent this last week on PTO vacay, just taking it easy, honestly. Just I did some personal hobby stuff, did a little bit of dabbling with the D&D stuff here and there, just trying to polish up a few things that we had planned for the future. But I mostly just played some video games, rested, worked on some of my pop tabs because planning on eventually getting back into my pop tab creations hobby that I used to be in.
Nice.
Just kind of bend them and then cut a piece of them and then shape them in a chainmail fashion.
My shoulder's starting to itch. It's like my tattoo's peeling, and I know it's like I gotta wash it later. I got that
Skin away, just
Yeah, I got that. Like, it's supposed to be this. It's the gold soap, the one that's supposed to be hyperallergenic and everything. But after that, I got put like this. I got put some moisturizer on it, so it doesn't get too bad. But it's like I want to itch it, but I know I can't. It's only less than 4 days old.
I haven't got a tattoo ever, so I don't quite know the feeling of that. But I imagine once it all heals over and like settles, you'll probably be feeling a lot better.
Oh yeah, it's different for different people, and also depending on where you're at. This is right on my shoulder, so it's like that's a good spot for tattoos because it's like it's not there's not a ton of like exact nerves. Like it's not like the inside of your arm or your neck or something like that, or worse, your ribs. So I've seen some people can like say, "Oh yeah, I didn't feel it," but I've watched some people get tattoos on their wrists where they're like, knock me out, numb me up.
For me, this week I do go back to work, but then I think I told you all last week. The very last week of January, I'll be doing one more week of PTO, just burning as much as these hours that I can before they expire. So.
Hey, got to use them while you got them.
Yep. So if any of you are like free in the mornings of next week, not this week, but next week, feel free to hit me up. Maybe we can hang out a little bit.
Nice.
Hopefully, the next 2 or so weeks, I'll be able to get my new PC. Though the one my laptop I'm looking at, it's about $600. So that's why I gotta save up because that's almost a full paycheck there for me.
Oh, for sure. It's about as much as I paid for like my PC currently after I finished getting all the individual parts and sales and everything else over the course of months. That'll be very exciting for you. You'll be able to do a whole lot more with that.
Yeah, because the one I have right now, it quote works, but like I've gotten it to work, but it'll randomly have some things. It's like for some reason it's like, oh, I think that this thing here inside this computer is not working. I run a test, it's working fine, but I'm still gonna think that it's not.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
It's an older computer, so
The fact that it's held out for this long is very impressive.
yeah. I'm putting in the chat and the Discord right now what nope, that's not it.
I'm currently looking at this on like a singular PC upgrade myself because I believe I need to like replace my. I have basically a USB connected Wi-Fi adapter for my PC that allows me to like connect to the internet without being directly connected with an LAN cord because I have my situation parked up far enough away that it'd be very difficult to try and like port that.
Yeah, the one I just put in the Discord is basically this one I put in, but there's a couple extra things that I'm getting done for it with it. So
Nice, that's very fancy. It should serve you well.
yeah, the big selling point with me was the that it has internal all the extra RAM and terabyte and everything. It's like I'm like, yeah, it'll allow me to not only be able to do stuff like more with you guys with the PC, I'm not limited to, but also I'll be able to do a little bit of gaming, and I can use my 3D printer.
And it's transportable.
Yep. You know, like I was looking at getting an actual PC, but I was like, but with everything that when I put like right now, I'm like, I need it more. It's like I could do that slow build with it, but I kind of need it now.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing to say you can't go with a full PC eventually.
Yeah, it's just that like all the extra stuff I'd have to get with it. Like, oh, I can get this and then slowly build this. It's like that. What's that meme with Peter Griffin where it's like he sees the commercial, he's like, "But I want it now." He starts just tearing things up.
Hopefully, be able to get it very soon. Just fully set up and have a good time with it.
Yep. Next month, though, I've already cleared space on my PS5 so I can download Monster Hunter Wilds. So. Though apparently they're also coming out with Outer Worlds 2. They even in the little mini trailer that they did for it, they're like, everything that we forgot to put in the first game, we fixed that. They're very self-aware of how they're like, yeah, we kind of rushed this, but the sequel's we actually did better with the sequel.
With the sequel, they know that people actually want to play the game.
Yeah. Oh, and apparently they did a full announcement. They haven't shown anything yet, but they did a full announcement that it's not this new thing they're doing. That's not an HD remake or anything. They're doing it, rebuilding from the ground up, every single aspect from combat to interaction, AI, UI, all that. Oblivion.
I've been hearing some rumors and some whispers in the wind about such a thing.
Yeah, this one they fully added. It was at one of the game show announcements where they were doing the Q&A talk. It is part of the Elder Scroll games, but it's not the remake of Elder Scrolls Oblivion. This is just Oblivion. Completely new everything.
Like a sequel?
Its own. They didn't give up. They said like this is gonna be like what they like this is what we wanted originally for Oblivion without people oversighting us and vetoing us. It's basically what it's, and apparently they're rebuilding everything from the ground up. They refuse to talk about the next Elder Scrolls, the actual Elder Scrolls game, like Elder Scrolls 7, 6, Elder Scrolls 6. 6. At this point, I'm like, how many Skyrims have we had? We can just label those.
So many re-releases of Skyrim.
Yep. And a lot of them are just direct ports.
Yep.
Or HD. Heck, not even HD upgrades.
No.
Like the one that we brought up, like the anniversary edition, the special anniversary edition for PS5. It's like you barely upgraded the graphics. You didn't fix any of the bugs. But Skyrim,
it just works.
Let's see how many hours have I played Skyrim?
I think we've all played way too many hours of it.
Yeah, I'm looking at like over 5,000 hours. Destiny 2. Over 1,000. Cyberpunk a little over 800, about 600 or so. Dang, it's like, oh god, Fallout 4 her. Surprisingly, not actually a lot. Only about a little over 300. Huh.
Baby numbers.
Well, I'm looking at. Oh, it's the. I looked at it. It's the current. It's like, oh, you're current on the PS5 version. You played on the original PlayStation 4 version. 3,700 hours.
That's more like it.
Monster Hunter Wilds 900. Yeah, Monster Hunter World about 900 hours. Jeez. If I could pull up my old files from the original like Dark Souls games and Demon Souls, the originals. Jeez, it'd be like, you've played almost a decade's worth of time on this game, and you haven't gotten past the second boss. Anyway, let's get to killing stuff. Or being killed.
Yeah, whichever comes first. Yes, we are all here once again for our weekly ritual of Dungeons and Dragons.
Huzzah.
And what a session it could be. So, without further ado, let me go over the recap as we return to Dundras. Last time, of the adventures in Dundras. Our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the dragonborn paladin, Dain, the dwarven paladin, Trest Frostwoods, their newly acquired friend, a mysterious, charismatic individual that seems to be a paladin, and Greyhound, just Greyhound, the Kobold.
Just Greyhound.
Our party of adventurers were on a train, moving quickly underground through the underdark when they acquired some unfortunate guests. Having hopped onto the train, they quickly made their presence known to Dain, Talos, and Treth as they roared and looked at the three of them very hungrily as they crawled their way in mystery and shadow and illusions. Treth, making good on his job as a bodyguard, moved in quickly to engage a couple of these strange, bat-like, manta-ray-looking creatures. He slashed a few of them and proceeded to engage in the front lines against them. Meanwhile, the largest of this bunch went immediately to Dain and latched itself onto his face, preventing him from being able to breathe as it then proceeded to bite him and tried to suck his life out. Talos, who was shocked to see the sudden engagement, went over to Dain and tried to remove this creature from his face, but was shocked when he was not able to, just simply lifting both the creature and Dain up into the air, much to the shock that he had a belt that enhanced his strength. Treth, meanwhile, perceived a retaliation from the creatures he was fighting as one of them lashed to his face. Unable to breathe or see, Treth seemed unbothered by this, as somehow he was able to see and sense things around him without his sight. He lowered his sword, then raised his hand up and unleashed a volley of blasts of some sort of Eldritch energy that knocked the creature off his face. He then whipped around and used one of those blasts to take the creature off Dain's face. Seeing as how the tide of the battle was turning, Talos drew his sunblade, illuminating the cabin of the train so that he may see better. And, to his pleasant surprise, he saw that the creatures that they were fighting recoil from the sight of this portable sun. From there, using their abilities and skills, Treth, Talos, and Dain began to dispatch these terrifying creatures one by one, until they followed the creatures to the outside of the car, with Trest blasting the door off of the train car, and blasting one of the creatures over 50 feet away down into the other car. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a kobold who had been fighting in the other car this whole time blinked back into existence. And he jumped onto one of the other creatures in front of Treth, telling him to leave it as it was his. But then, just as he said that, and they had gotten a couple blows in, the kobold suddenly blinked back into some sort of ethereal plane, leaving everyone quite confused. Treth then finished off the last creature as this kobold returned a few seconds later, upset but content to collect his prize from the leader of these strange creatures that he identified to the rest of the party as Cloakers. Talos and Dain were surprised to see this kobold, as it was their old friend, Greyhound. They quickly introduced him to Treth, indicating that he was on their side. Greyhound then explained the reason for why he was there in the Underdark in the first place, as there was quite a large bounty on this Cloaker that he was hunting, and he needed to get it back to Port La Montagne. party informed him that was precisely where they were headed, as this secret underground train was making its way back. And so they all settled down for their train ride back. And from there, once they arrived, they made their way up through a secret tunnel into the Comet's landing at Port Lamontagne. Getting their bearings straight, they then proceeded to go turn in this bounty to the barracks at Port Lamontagne before heading back to Comet's landing for the night. But Treth, having observed a large crowd taking business away from Milo's establishment, decided to investigate and had Dain and Greyhound accompany him. Together they entered this place, a brothel known as the Celestial Delights. They seemed to be drawing business in from far and wide, as Treth observed individuals from all the way from Lancaster to even other lands like Sturma. He learned that the owner of this establishment was the most popular of the escorts within this business, and after relaying the name and appearance of this owner to Milo, Milo told Treth to go ahead and get a loan from that Comet's landing there to fund further investigations into this strange new appearance of business in this lady. Meanwhile, as Dain proceeded to look at the eyes of the owner whose name was Pescrya, he felt some kind of connection with her, as she also seemed to lock eyes with him. She seemed to maybe have some sort of recognition. Dain then averted his gaze, though, as she retired upstairs for the evening. Can't quite shaking the feeling that he knew her somehow, but there's just something that he didn't quite recognize. Satisfied with their investigation for the night, the party went back to Comet's Landing, where they went to bed for the evening. In the middle of the night, though, Dain felt a light brush on his cheek that stirred him. Thinking it was Greyhound who decided to bunk in his room that night, he told him to go back to bed. But Dain's eyes quickly shot open when he heard an unfamiliar female voice respond instead. Sitting up alarmed, he saw the visage of a woman he last saw in Anar Dracul, who smiled warmly at Dain as she said, "Hello, Dain. It's good to see you again. It's been a while." Who is this mysterious woman? What plans does she have for Dain? And what will the party do next? Find out as we return to Dundras.
Oh no, not the smooth jazz again.
Oh gosh, I'm getting a bunch of freaking memes from my other socials, with everything being back. Apparently, the app's back online.
That was quick.
It's late
Yeah, I was like-
Dain.
Anyway.
Yes, not quite sure what time it is, as it is quite dark. A cool breeze is blowing through the open window of your room, as the visage of this woman that you met, but never got quite the name of, if I recall, back in Anar Dracul. The very same that popped out of that iron flask when you first opened it.
Oh, yay.
She's standing above you, slightly leaning on the wall as she smiles warmly at you. My, I wasn't quite expecting to run into you here. It's been, what has it been, a month, weeks? Feels almost like an eternity.
Hey, tend to lose track of time these days. I thought you were, never mind.
She kind of giggles a little bit. I imagine that you might have heard some pretty awful things about me from your friends. I can't say I blame them. I was very surprised to see you when you entered the Celestial Delights. Made me want to come and visit with you and give you a proper thank you, as I never truly thanked you for freeing me from that awful flask that you popped me out from. Nor did I properly introduce myself, as she kind of holds up her hand, like wrist facing you.
Oh dear.
Oh, Dain.
Dane's just gonna kind of look at her wrist and just like shake her hand for a second.
And she shakes her hand, she goes, I'm Pescrya. And while it may not seem like it, I am truly grateful that you freed me from that iron flask. She kind of looks down on the ground at the Greyhound and looks back at you. Better be quiet, we don't want to disturb anyone else's slumber. You don't have to worry, I'm not here to cause any trouble or anything. Though, I feel as if you do deserve to at least see me in my true form. As she breathes in and flexes a little bit, he watches her skin turns from a pale look to a kind of a crimson red, as a pair of wings sprouts out from her back and her eyes kind of turn into a glowing red. As you recognize the visage immediately of a succubus before you.
Hey, Tim, question for you.
Mhm.
Since I can hear Dain from the other room, I'm going to read out my book and just make sure Dain's okay.
Alright. As she looks down at you, Dain, she kind of goes, don't worry, I've already had my fill for the night, so I'm not here to seek any indulgences with you.
Alright, that's good to hear.
I simply just wanted to thank you for what you did. Let's see how you're doing. What brings you to Montagne?
Well, traveling between, jobs essentially.
I see. And how's Milo doing? It's, since our last misunderstanding, it's been some time since I've seen him.
I don't think he's, gonna forget that interaction anytime soon.
Nor will I. Well, I'm glad to see that you're well. I shall leave you for the evening and let you rest, but know that if you ever need anything, please come by the Celestial Delights. We'll be sure to take care of you. And she then steps towards the window.
Real quick, even though I'm asleep, can I roll something to see if I sense this? Because my ability still should be active even when I'm asleep.
Be a perception with disadvantage. That you're not, awake.
Yeah.
Also, I did cast Sending on Dain, so he can respond to me.
Very good. So, Dain, have you responded to Treth?
Sure. So Dave's just getting like succubus in front of him. Tress is talking to him in the back of his head, and he's just like, "I just want to go to sleep. I'm tired."
Is that what you say to Treth?
Pretty much.
Very well.
Talos. You feel a stirring in your sleep as the noxious smell of the hells wafts into your nostrils.
I'm gonna like slowly open my eyes, and my hand just naturally reaches over for my sunblade, and I kind of like. I'm still like not fully awake, but like it's like that said like that. I feel a disturbance in the force kind of thing.
You look around in the room. In your sleepy state, you don't notice anything in your room, but just, like you can't help but notice like that sense. Meanwhile, in Dain's room, she hops up on the windowsill, ready to go out the open window. She looks back at you, Dain, and gives you a wink and takes 2 fingers to lips, and as she gives you a wink and flies out the window.
Just kind of watching that happen, Dain's just gonna kind of like pinch the bridge of his nose for a second and kind of just mumble to himself. What are we getting ourselves into? He's gonna try and go back to sleep.
Oh, this is good. I'm gonna get up and start like slowly moving toward the door, a little like cautiously, very kind of like both trying to sense out, but also like actively sniffing the air. It's like that Velociraptor scene in the kitchen, like it's like sniffing around, like.
As you proceed to like kind of sniff, like the very like strong stench that you could perceive before quickly fades away and almost seems to disappear entirely.
I'm gonna go out to the hallway. Like I'm gonna try to be quiet, not to make as much noise as possible.
You can do a stealth, and you don't have to worry about disadvantage, as at this point you would not be wearing your armor.
Yeah, let me make sure I click that in here, because I know that's gonna still say disadvantage with roll 20s thing. It's like. There we go. And okay, now that that's I can roll stealth now.
A 7.
That's and of course on like the other side I get a 20.
The door squeaks open as you, and then you hit every squeaky board as you, which Treth, you would hear this as like you can hear someone moving outside in the hall.
Treth would probably just assume that that would be Dain kind of roaming around after hearing him talking, so he's not going to worry about it.
Gotcha. And Dain, as you're about to go to sleep, you hear some creaking and some of a door opening, and like someone trying to quietly move about just outside your door, doing a poor job of it.
Let's like sniff the air again, see if I can smell that sulfur smell again.
As you activate your divine sense, you can't sense anything anymore.
I'm gonna just like
very grumpy dwarf.
yeah, like just a low growl in my throat before going back to my room. Like that reptilian like annoyed like both not really upset. It's more of like just like my ancestral senses are like it's like something was here that I would have probably smited. I go back to my room. Try to get back to sleep. Cause I'm pretty sure I'm on my brain's on alert now.
Yeah, it takes you a little longer, and you and Dain will likely be sleeping in, but all of you do get yourself a long rest. With Greyhound waking up with a bit of a shiver as the cooler air coming in from the window chills you a little bit.
Is Dain still asleep?
By the time Greyhound would wake up, yes, Dain would still be asleep.
Greyhound is going to stealth. So,
The
Get
one
my
thing you will
stats out.
notice is Dain's shield is just like chilling out on his chest, and the axe is kind of just like weirdly hanging off the bed where it's not supposed to be.
yeah, Greyhound stealth. Alright. Well, Greyhound's gonna stealth and he's gonna go over and try and quietly close the window.
Perception with disadvantage there, Dain. I doubt you'll be able to beat a 28.
I can barely beat anyone's. Yet one. Dain is dead to the world.
You hear a loud snoring, Greyhound, as Dain is just unconscious as you quietly close the window and feel satisfied with that.
Greyhound's gonna move his shield to like the proper spot where it should be, and if his blanket isn't fully on him, he's gonna pull the blanket over him, and he's just gonna try and leave the room.
Oh, look at Mama Greyhound.
Wow, Greyhound actually can be nice. Not just chaotic bundle of mess.
And then he's gonna go down, demand for pomegranates from the barkeep.
To which you will be supplied. Much
I
to
reply
the
a
shock of
pomegranate.
the bartender lady is like you just suddenly pop with a 28, just pop out of nowhere on like at the counter and just be like pomegranates.
You have any pomegranates?
Oh, by the
Oh, great heavens!
She clutches her chest a little bit, just like, oh, right, you just kind of sneak up there, don't you?
He's gonna ask for pomegranates as he's eating a pomegranate.
Yes, right away, Greyhound. She's gonna eyes bug a little bit as she just exhales and proceeds to go and get you some pomegranates.
This pleases Greyhound greatly. He's also gonna ask for some eggs.
And Treth, you just come across a scene of Greyhound eating like eggs and pomegranates as breakfast is progressing.
He's popping the shell of the eggs, and eating them in one bite, as he's also eating pomegranates.
Treth is gonna go downstairs, see that, and just do a 180 and go back to his room. Treth said no.
At about 8 a.m., Dain and Talos, you finally wake from your slightly interrupted slumber.
Tal's gonna basically is gonna wipe his face hair and then just like remember of like he's gonna take a good like long sniff of the air first to make sure there's no other smell of sulfur before getting ready.
Dain, I presume
going
you
down.
also get ready.
Yeah.
Morning, Dain.
Morning, fellas.
Sleep well?
I woke up in the middle of the night. What a strong whiff of sulfur. Granted, it went away, but brought some bad memories back. You?
Slept like the dead.
Could have sworn I smelled that sulfur smell before. Maybe someone at the night carting off something in the night, perhaps.
As all of you are down there with Greyhound, just kind of finishing off some pomegranate seeds. Are you trying to be deceptive, Dain? Or are you just being kind of like just avoiding?
Just avoiding.
Yeah, Talos, with his how much he trusts Dain, he's not gonna even question it. Dain.
Huzzah, I'm trustworthy.
Since Treth is
After
deciding,
After hearing Dain talk in the middle of the night and saying that, he knows something's going on, so that's why he's inciting.
I'll give you a persuasion or deception of your choice here, Dain. If you feel like you're trying to be more deceptive in your avoiding, or if you're trying to be more persuading, it's nothing to worry about.
God damn! Alright, understood. My bad, Dain.
I never get to use persuasion.
Man, that is quite that. So,
Ironically enough, persuasion's my highest stat.
jeez. Well, as you kind of take have a squinty eye towards Dain, he gives you a bit of a small smile and a look that just tells you, Treth, that it's nothing to worry about. Nothing came of it.
Understandable, have a nice day.
As you all get yourself a very nice morning breakfast with some flapjacks, some bacon, and whatever juice or alcohol of your preference. A nice morning beer or something. And it's about 8:30 by the time you're all finished up with that, as you recall that the next available train to leave towards the Citadel is at 9 a.m. The day is yours.
No, everything's alright. With you, Dain, we probably should head over to the train before it leaves again.
Hey, sounds like a plan. We should definitely get on that train.
Agreed. I don't want to happen to hire up a coach or carriage or wait for it again.
Hey.
In fact, I've actually gotten quite used to riding these machines. Makes things a lot simpler. Makes things a lot simpler. Though I do enjoy the company of my fine steed friend. At least when I get back, I can check on them. In certain areas, is doing well.
Let's get back. Let's get back to make sure Princess is doing fine.
Before I leave, I'm gonna give the bar for the drink and food and the meal silver the cost plus a silver piece for herself.
Very nice. That'll be about in total. That'll get you a gold piece.
Okay.
So,
Alright.
as you all pay for your meals, the rest of you that don't do the extra silver tip, basically it's 8 silver pieces, 8 or 9 silver pieces for your various meals. As you then
No, we don't need free. This is Milo's Tavern.
Well, for Treth, obviously, as he seems to be.
Talos likes to leave tips. Talos has been raised on you tip your barkeep.
For those of that don't want to take the hospitality of Milo, it's 8-9 silver. But as you all wrap up and you make your way towards the train station, it's a very crisp morning air as it is getting late in the year. According to my notes here, you all are on the... Where was my date? The 27th of Alliant.
27th of Orleans.
Which, as you all know, Alliant is the 9th month of the year, if I remember correctly. Oh, where was it? Yeah, bookmark this thing. Come on. Ah, there we go. Yes, the 9th month of the year. You know that very shortly high harvest tide will be upon you, at which point fall will be in full swing, and after that will come the cold months of winter.
Boy. We haven't seen winter in Dundras yet, so this will be interesting.
It's a good thing Talos earlier on bought some of the more warm clothes stuff just in case.
So, as you all make your way to the train station, you can see that a few of the engineers are there, boarding a couple of workers up onto the train as they prepare to make their way north. And as you approach, the engineer recognizes you all and immediately gives you passage to the Citadel, knowing that's basically your home. And you a few of you in particular, have very much funded a good portion of this particular train, so your passage is paid for and covered. And before you know it, you hear the blow of the whistle as the TRAIN takes off from the station on its way to Port La Montagne. Or from Port La Montagne to the Citadel.
I hope we're not going to Port La Montagne, because we're very lost.
So, as you make your way to the north, a few hours will pass by. It is very uneventful. You all get to hang out with each other a little longer. Those of you that prefer could also go to the Comet's Landing train car to participate in some of its beverages and whatnot. As Treth will be surprised to learn about how Milo has a train car for one of his establishments. That's kind of surprising to him, but it seems to be holding out fairly well. And before long, you all crest over a hill and you look out the window to see, of course, the towering building of the Citadel. Starfall Citadel.
You know, it's good to be home away from home.
Yes, looks like everything is definitely grown. It's like looking out at that spot at the more of the farmland, like probably the edges of like I'm pretty sure like the farms and stuff like that and fields.
Yes, as you take a look, you see that many of the farms and fields have indeed grown quite significantly since you all were last here. You can see that there's several other establishments that have made itself apparent, and a few more buildings seems to have sprung up amongst the outside of the Citadel.
Place is definitely getting a bit more bustling.
And as the train comes to stop at the station, lets out a few workers with a few more preparing to make a longer journey north. As like you would have overheard a few of them talking about a particular stop in the hot part of the desert where they're getting close to connecting and finishing up the tracks into Lancaster itself.
So it looks like Anar Dracul will soon be getting some tracks there to there apparently. Something to connect the world together again.
Hey, and also sounds like Lancaster as well. That'll be very nice.
Mm. Yes,
I guess we're out of a job of escorting the treasurer back and forth.
yes, well, at least we'll have a swift access to certain places now, especially if anything starts popping up. I know that one problem that's still slinking around in the desert. Like, there's a little glint of both, like, in Talos' eye, thinking back about Thanatos, is like that both ancestral and like sense of duty, with knowing what he is. It's like round 2.
Fight.
As you all make your way off the station and around the walls of the Citadel towards the front main entrance, you look before you where you can see quite a few like roads have popped up from the Citadel outwards to some of the other buildings. A short distance from the Citadel, you can see the Academy of Greyhounds in full view. And past it, you can see several fields well beyond it that have popped up with quite a bit of crops that have quickly grown up. You can see what looks to possibly be some fields of corn, some wheat, possibly some even maybe barley, possibly a field of soy. It's kind of hard to tell from this distance, but you can see that like the land around here is quite fertile.
Right, well, this is good to see. There's the Citadel and surrounding town now is starting to be self-sustaining.
And close to where you are as well, you see that a smaller building has popped up with a bit of a crude sign, but you can hear hammering of construction going on, but you do see on the sign, kind of roughly painted out, the words General Store.
Looks like we might have some traders coming by at some point as well. This is definitely getting interesting out here.
Sorry, my mic dropped for a second. Switching out, I switched over to my corded headset.
You're good.
So good. I just imagine Dain is just like looking around, chatting, and everyone's just like in scrolls, just writing stuff down. So, okay.
Sorry. There you go. Yeah, sorry. My wireless one was starting to lose battery, and it starts to, like, the sound starts to slowly go when the battery starts to go. So
Yeah, fun times.
at least that gives me notice, like, oh dang, it's about to die.
Yeah, unless it gives you a nice heads up.
Yeah. Plus, it's because I use it a lot. It's a nice wireless headset. So anyway.
Oi!
So
That's
Hmm?
Comet's company down there. As you hear a voice call from above the wall, on the wall of the Citadel. As you all look up, you recognize the kind of tall and imposing dwarven figure of Lieutenant Jurek Ironhide. As he's got one of his meaty hands over his eyes, looking down at you, like kind of shading his eyes from the sun. Hi,
Dain's gonna give a wave up.
welcome back, laddies. Come. Welcome back to Starfell. As you hear some, like, you see as he disappears behind the wall, assumingly making his way towards the gate. And as you all kind of make your way towards the entrance of Starfall, you find yourself at the entrance where this burly dwarf holds both his arms up as a greeting to you all. Good to see you again. See, there's Thora, and of course, Kathos sent around to greet you. They're off on their own patrols, but lucky for you got me here to greet you.
It's always good to see you. It's good to be back at the Citadel. Things have definitely grown around here since we've been gone.
Aye, been quite a scene watching for the wolves. Of course, it's also been quite the security hazard. We've been having to send some patrols out to the nearby buildings and some of the new settlements popping up around the Citadel to make sure that no one evil sorts are trying to sneak their way up to the Citadel, eh?
Really?
Hey, wouldn't be good.
Aye. We've had plenty of patrols out already, just getting those undead hordes at bay from making their way towards the Citadel. But want to make sure that those that are starting to bring prosperity to this area are guarded as well. Must say it's well. We had just enough to cover the Citadel and a little bit of the surrounding areas as it was, but with all these new places popping up and additional patrols required, I got to say, I believe Kathos has started to look around for some additional help to bring in to help guard the Citadel and the surrounding areas. That's a little much for just a few of us here, eh?
Maybe you could send in over, put in a request over at Port La Montagne for anyone wanting to get for work for guards. Maybe get something like send them over to get some at least some training over at that school over there for at least some basic training.
Aye, that's not a bad idea there. That's not you mention it, that's actually where Velis is right now at the moment. I saw him about an hour ago or so leave the Starfile to go tend to that university or academy or whatever it is.
It's the Academy of Adventurers. How dare you?
Oh,
I made it!
Like, I kind of jumped because I wasn't I haven't really seen him in a minute, so I was like, we need to put a bell on you or something.
Yes, I got
Roll up on me?
Yes, Varus is currently taking care of your academy just fine. He goes coming back and forth with all those scrolls and books and papers and what have you. I'll let you learn it from me if you'll ask me, but hey.
How's Princess?
Oh, aye, Princess is doing quite well. We've been sure to spare a couple of guards to tend to her needs, give her a few bits of chicken from the kitchen, and make sure that she's well fed, so that way she's not biting off any other guards' hands or fingers.
She does like to do that. And out of character, did we ever decide if I did get to have Beefy or not? If you remember who Beefy is.
Yes, I do remember. And it is very much a smaller, stunted, very, very overweight beast. But yes, you do
Yes,
have
he
him
is
stored there.
he is morbidly obese.
It's a chunky one.
Yes.
Currently in kind of like the more underground part of the Citadel,
Gotcha.
as bullets prefer the dark and underground.
Gotcha. And how is Beefy?
Oh, aye.
Beefy.
Would have been trying to put her on a diet like you asked, but honestly, I feel as if she might be finding additional fluid on her own or somehow. It's quite
Hold up,
surprising.
what? Hold up, who's Beefy?
You remember those 3 bullets I had rain havoc?
You didn't. Like, that was just a look of like, no.
I kept one.
No, please tell me no one's been eaten.
We've had a few close calls, but fortunately, this one appears to be, due to its unnaturally large size, not nearly as swift as some of the others. So long as most of us have kept our distance, there's only been some few minor bites and a few minor scratches. Nothing serious.
Well, as long as no one has died.
Aye, not quite yet. And well, with our constant vigilance, we'll be sure that no one unseemly falls victim. Although I will say, he's done quite a good job with some of the cleanup. I'm not quite sure what he was doing, what you found him where before, or what you were doing exactly, but he certainly has a taste for flesh. And, well, to make sure that some of these undead don't make a resurface, well, he seems to have quite an appetite for them.
Should I be concerned about my safety here?
Oh,
Ooh.
of course not, laddie. He kind of cocks his head at you a bit. Afraid I'm not familiar. I'm Derek Ironhide. I'm one of the lieutenants in charge of security and defences of the Citadel. At your service. As he gives you a salute.
Pleasure to meet you. My name is Trest Frostwood. I was hired by Milo.
Oh, you're one of Milo's lads. That makes sense. I was about to ask where the lad he was. I didn't see him with the rest of you. Same with the, well, I haven't seen Dallin yet coming for a while, and, that Soren, was it? That little, rodent of yours.
Hey,
Soren and Milo both decided to stay in Antiva for a while.
Yeah, we have some business there. They're dealing with some business there, pretty much.
Very good, very good. We're sure to report that to Kathos, as he's been thinking about you all very frequently and has been in discussions with us, hoping that your safety will be in where we're secured. He'll be pleased to hear news of your arrival as well as news of them. Although I must say, I find it quite curious that you're back so soon. I thought you all were, was it so... As he kind of calculates, you said those two are for business, did you already deal with a certain leech problem? As he gives kind of goes down to a whisper.
Not yet. We are still dealing with that one. Unfortunately, that's going to be a long-term issue.
I see. Well, in any case, as he kind of steps aside, welcome back to Serfel Citadel.
Pleasure as always.
We'll get young Treth here set up with one of the rooms of his own. We have a few guest chambers that he can bunk in for the time being.
Would appreciate that.
Oh, quick, has any mail carriers dropped anything else off for any of us?
Mail carriers.
Letters, packages.
I might have been something for Milo, perhaps a few others. I'd have to, we'd have to talk with, of course, your new caretaker of the Citadel. He'd be the one that will know, or it would be the one to know for sure.
Ah, yes, the automaton. That is something we should definitely look at trying to have established here. Post stop. Every good town needs a post stop.
Hey. Well, perhaps one will pop up before you knew it, after all. With the train just outside the Citadel, that'd be a good way of transporting parcels and mail at long distances. I dare say that perhaps one will pop up near there. If not, maybe someone will set up one there as well.
Talos kind of just he's nodding at what he's saying, but saying he's thinking of it, having his own thoughts as well, as well as little memories of from his home.
Mm-hmm.
Though granted, what he considers as a mail carrier, the ones from his home, they were a little more heavily armed. We protect the mail at all costs.
Okay, Courier 6, calm down.
Anyway, well, hopefully things are still going well. No, there hasn't been any suspicious activities or anything near the borders.
Aye, nothing that we can't handle. As I mentioned, to the northwest and to the northeast and the east, of course, towards the mountain and the forest. That's where we begin to lots of undead activity, but nothing that we can't handle. As I said before, we haven't quite had word yet from Dallin as to his situation, nor have we seen Fradnir return either.
Yes, I believe that they're still on. Dallin was still on his bit of a journey his own. That business that we had over at. Oh gosh, my brain just stopped at the name of the.
Tiba.
Like.
In Tiba.
No, the.
Oh.
The town with the plague, or we dealt with the plague.
Blackheart's Haven?
There you go.
Oh.
You know, I know that I was like, when we left over near Blackheart's Haven, that things were had been finally settled over there, and before we headed over to Antiva. Oh, so we'll definitely need to figure out what the source of these undead from that direction.
Aye.
Need any more of those?
Blackheart's Haven, that's that doctor's town, isn't it?
That it is.
We've had quite a few of them actually making a stop down this way. Far more than what I was expecting. Like, normally we have a few Roman clerics here and there that'll make their way by, but we've been having quite a few that have made their stops here and indicating that they have a lot to thank you lot for. Saying that they're on their pilgrimages around Dundras to help care for things once again.
Yes, there was a bit of a situation there, but thankfully, it was resolved before it could spread out more. But just glad that that's dealt with. And, unfortunately, that's not the end of all of our problems in this world. There's many things to do. Those undead for one, and who knows what else. But I know we'll be prepared for them.
Of course. When Cobber's company puts their mind to something, you will certainly get it done. Now.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mute myself.
You're good. Now, if you want to head on in regarding your parcels and whatnot, TR4N5-L8 is would be most eager to see your return.
Aye, very good. Thank you for that.
As he kind of gives you all a salute and he returns back to his post. You all step inside where Treth, you're treated to the view of Starfall Citadel. Got beautiful construction on the Citadel itself, surrounded by a very thick and very tall wall that defends it from possible intruders and sieges. It is ready to stand the test of time, is what you can see. In the courtyard, you can see that there's a stable where you see a few horses are comfortably kind of grazing in a kind of a pen. And you also see a pond where, as your eyes kind of look at it for a moment, you almost swear you could see a set of eyes peeking out from the top of the water of this pond. It seems strangely placed, as if it wasn't intended to be there.
But the eyes of the pond.
The pond.
Oh, okay.
I'll say both.
Both, yeah. That'd be fair as well as both.
Yes, I suppose. Welcome to Starfall Citadel here, Treth. While you're with us, treat this place as your home. Away from home, anyway.
Very well. I do appreciate it.
You notice, Treth, a monument to Milo, as it almost seems to be indicating that Milo had died.
Uh, can someone explain that to me? As Treth kind of just points at the statue.
Oh, yes, that.
It was a bit of his death exaggerated. Granted, we all believed it, so
Aye, that
Yeah.
was fun.
You know, after seeing it was Milo, I shouldn't have even asked, and I should have just nodded, acknowledged it, moved on.
yes.
Aye. At the time, we were all well, we did grieve for him, and then he popped back up, and we were a little bit upset with him for a little while, but hey, it's a good laugh now.
He's not like undead or anything, is he?
Well, not as far as we're aware. Considering the fact that there's not 2 but now 3 paladins here, I think we'd know if he was undead.
You would think so, but at the same time, like, you never know.
Hey, no, that'd be fair. But he's hoping he's not undead, because else that would be a very awkward conversation to have.
Dain, you feel a familiar sensation.
Damn, why did you bring the succubus here?
As you recognize a particular scrying spell. Do you try to deny it, like resist it, or do you choose to fail your save and let it like gaze upon you?
I'll fail the save.
As you kind of feel the sensation, after a moment, you hear in your head, Dain, what are you doing back at Starfall Citadel? Like, how did you get here so quick?
Ah. Alan, is that you?
Yes, last we spoke, you were in Antiva, and now suddenly you're, like, you shouldn't have gone back here for at least another 2 weeks. Like, did you somehow get some sort of power to teleport?
Not quite, but in a way you can kind of say that. You know the train that we take from Port La Montagne over to the Citadel?
Yes, that metal contraption that Namfoodle made, right?
Hey. Well, apparently there's another one that kind of goes a bit cross-country, you could say.
Another one? Cross country? Well, where's it located? I mean, when I was around you all, I mean, I didn't see any, like, signs of it being built. There was no indication that there was anything else.
It's all hidden underground.
Underground, you say? That is very, very interesting.
Hey, don't really know the locations of where they are, but they're around, which is quite nice. It's an easy form of transportation.
It certainly sounds like it. So where did you pop out of? At the Citadel?
Not quite. In the middle of Port La Montagne.
Middle of Port La Montagne. That's interesting.
Hey. Whereabouts are you right now? You said on the hunt for Fradnir.
Oh, no, me and Fradnir, we are together now. We are in active hunt and search for the minions of Maldraxxus. So far, we are just, as he kind of, you hear, a bit of a pause. You know just northeast of the mountain, La Montagne?
Aye.
That is where we currently are. Sort of made a bit of a base in a cave on the mountain. Had a good look around this area. No sign of Maldraxxus whatsoever. But from what Fradnir and I have been looking around, we believe that he is definitely somewhere south of Duskwood right now.
Hey, south of Duskwood. Well, we should probably make our way down there to well, cut him off essentially.
That'd be a good idea.
We definitely need to do a little bit something about him.
Well, with all hope, me and Fradnir were tied up with a few things around here. There's a few spots of undead that we're dealing with, but we might be able to join you down there for, you're doing an assault?
We'll do a little bit of, I guess, recon first, and then take a bit of a fight to him. Or at least to, like, the forces that are down there.
When one of the last times that we spoke, you were starting to come up with a plan of how to infiltrate and make your way to finding him out. Do you remember what that was?
I believe we have a scroll so that we can essentially blend in to his forces.
Oh, like an illusion scroll.
Hey, something like that.
Ah, that makes sense.
I believe Talos has it right now.
Talos would have it. All right. And so you're planning on basically disguising yourself as other than you, and just making your way up towards their camp or whatever they have.
That seems to be the rough plans right now. I'm sure we'll refine it as we get closer to actually doing it.
No doubt. Well, I gotta go for right now, but I will keep updated with you. Since you are back in the nearby area, I'll try to check in every other day to make sure that you all are doing all right, and to let you know if there's any updates on my side.
Hey, sounds like a plan.
And with that, you feel the sensation disappear.
Never gonna get used to that feeling.
Meanwhile, Treth, Talos, and... Well, I assume Greyhound is probably off doing his own thing. But that's just kind of looking at you. You were just standing there, just like... thinking inside your head the entire time as you were telepathically speaking.
Dain, you doing alright?
Oh, aye, sorry. Dallin was having a chat. He's scrying ball.
Ah, okay.
He's currently on the other side of La Montagne right now. Him and Fradnir have gotten back together, which is good. Apparently our lovely undead friend is somewhere south of Duskwood right now. So should probably make a plan to head down there at some point soon.
Definitely. Though I'd suggest we get get some at least stow our when we go there. We should stow our weapons in our bags of holding and get some weapons to fit more the character for us. Pretty sure, especially your axe, will be very noticeable. And my hammer.
Hey, unfortunately, even our armor is going to be very recognizable.
Well, with the illusion, we should be fine. But
Hey.
But we should definitely go inside and start making some preparations.
Hey, sounds like a plan.
And Talos is going to start making his way toward the to enter the Citadel.
Making his way downtown.
You all walk into the Citadel where you hear some clinking of metal on stone making its way about. And as you kind of wait for a moment, you see coming around the corner the semi-familiar automaton visage of one TR4N5-L8. As it turns and sees you all. Ah, hello there, Comet's company. Talos, Dax, Dain, and it kind of cocks its head. Greetings, sir. You are a new individual. Please identify yourself.
What the fuck is this thing?
So, this is our, automaton. He's, well, why don't you explain yourself to our lovely friend Treth here?
But of course, I am TR4N5-L8. I am, of course, the caretaker of Starforce Citadel. Designated owned by Comet's company. As you take a look, it has a very polite demeanor, and it seems to, while it looks like a little clunky with this automaton just kind of kind of very steampunk-esque, it has a surprising amount of, dexterity to it. As it kind of, gives a bow.
You guys really haven't changed the name to make it something a little bit more easier to say?
Not really.
I see that. My name is Trest Frostwoods. Was hired by Milo to accompany them.
Affirmative. Trest Frostwoods. Employed by Milo Highhill. Registered under the Citadel's caretakers. Welcome to Starforce Citadel, Treth Frostwoods.
Thanks.
You get used to him after a while.
I don't think I will.
In recognition for your sudden appearance to Starforce Citadel, may I invite you to a riveting lunch that the cook shall promptly prepare for you, masters.
Go for a spot of lunch. About the rest of ye.
Listen, man, I just work here.
As the Citadel's steward and translator, I will do everything I can for you, Treth Frostwoods, to ensure that your stay is comfortable. During your stay here, I shall prepare one of the guest bedrooms for you, Treth Frostwoods.
Yeah. Please.
Very well, I shall promptly go and prepare it for you. Please, enjoy your stay and relax. Lunch shall be served in 1 hour.
I said it would be promptly served, not 3 hours later, goddamn.
Criticism acquired. TR4N5-L8 will ensure that lunch will be in 30 minutes. We'll see you then! As he then marches away.
As much as I've gotten used to some of the new things in this era, the automatons are just a bit outside of my comprehension.
Hey, we never had them. We never had anything like that back at Blackspire, but I could see quite a lot of uses for them.
So probably get on with it and start getting things ready.
Hey,
Oh, actually, how far away has translated gotten away down? How far away is he still?
At this point, I mean, he would have made his way to the kitchen.
Well, I might as well check up with him real quick before we do that. See if we've had any packages or anything delivered. I'll meet you all in the main hall or one of the side rooms start making plans.
hey. Sorry, I blanked there for a second.
So you all make your way, to unload your gear in your quarters, and then make your way to the dining hall.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. And so, as the three of you kind of go off to your individual quarters, Treth, you find one of the servants guiding you to guest quarters that you're able to settle in. Outside, Greyhound, you walk up to the pond where, submerging from the water and giving you big gator just kind of opening her mouth. Princess greets you.
Cast speak with animals.
Friend, it's been several nights. Missed you.
Yes, I missed you too. Princess, you okay? Nothing you want hurt?
Yes, fine. Full. Starting to get a little bored.
You didn't, hurt any of the students, did you?
No.
They came for your daily feedings.
No. Been too full. Some of them look tasty, but men in metal suits been feeding me well.
Good, you. That'd be bad if you hurt them, you know that, right?
Yeah. What's hurting?
Okay,
Wait, what'd she say?
What's hurting?
I'll, if you bite one of them. One of my students.
Princess thought that was just a way of greeting. But also hurting.
What?
And also doing
The biting is insane high. What? That's okay. We're gonna talk about that later.
Kind of looks left and right at her limbs. I have to do everything with my mouth, therefore I have to bite everything. Therefore, am I hurting everything? As it cocks her head.
Well, how hard do you bite them?
Eyes do that weird, like, gator blink.
Alright, you want to go fishing later today?
That would be fun.
Alright, I'm gonna go as he pats Princess on the snout.
Gives you that gator purr.
Alright, see you, Princess. I'll be back. As he goes off to the academy.
After a short jaunt, you make your way to the academy, where you see that from the outside there's a couple horses that are currently tied up and enjoying some water and some minor feed left to the side. As you kind of make your way in, you hear the familiar voice of Varys kind of echoing in one of the main rooms.
Enter stealth.
Go for it. 21. As you kind of sneak your way on up to the door, I assume you kind of open it.
He opens it and tries to close as quietly as possible. And he heads over to the back of the room, trying to see how the students are behaving.
As no one seems to notice, including Varys, so you see he's currently at a chalkboard with a stick kind of pointing up to some visages there. You see as he is going to great detail some of what he's showing off here. The students, as you're looking, a good portion of them are sitting up and looking alert, taking some notes. A few of them have like their fists on their chins as they're just like leaning on their desks, just staring at this. I'd say, let's see, there is about how many students are there in here? There's about 9 students in here in total.
Okay. So he's doing better than I thought he was going to be doing. That's good.
Yeah, and as you kind of look up to Varys, you can see some visages where there's words underneath them. One saying line, one saying cone, one saying cube, one saying sphere, and one saying cylinder. Each of these, particular visages, you do see a line, cone, cube, sphere, cylinder, drawn onto it. There is also a bit of a star with a little point of origin indicated at the very bottom. As Varys goes, now, when it comes to being on the receiving end, or of course being the one delivering such magics, you have to be aware of exactly when you cast it, what kind of magic and direction that this will take. There are some magics, such as, say, if one had the ability to cast a lightning bolt, where as soon as you cast it, it will shoot off in a straight line from where you are in the direction towards wherever you are aiming. But there are some, of course, magics that, when cast, create a bit more of a broader area, and those you have to be especially careful of, especially while adventuring, as there may be unintended consequences for a cone. For example, as you can see here, as he points to where the cone is, the origin point for when you cast your magic would be right here, and as you point it forward, say if one were to cast the spell Cone of Cold, where you blast a chilling breath of fresh air in a conish direction in whichever way you're pointing. As you can see here, there's a narrow point where if there's something that is too close, your cone may in fact miss them. But as it gets further away, the area begins to widen and you're able to impact more of an area. Yes, is there a question? As he looks over and then notices you. Greyhound! Oh, Suddenly, the 9 students kind of pop up and just out of surprise, it looks just like, oh, is that the teacher? Ah, Greyhound, what a pleasure to see you again. I was not expecting you back today.
Have you been only doing academic teaching, non-practical?
Well, all of it is certainly practical. I mean, after all, if they're to learn anything, they must be well learned in how certain things work. And of course, as you can see with today's lesson, I'm showing them simply the points of influence and ways that magic works, whether they're the ones that are able to cast it, or in order to ensure that if they are on the receiving end, they are able to understand how they can avoid such things.
Okay, that's good to teach. But was there any hands-on training?
Well, it's still early in the morning. We haven't had a chance to go into the practical side of things. I was still a bit of the more teaching and explanation side.
Okay. How's everyone doing? Y'all still awake?
About 5 of them just go, like, give you a nod, like, oh, yes. And some of them pulled up their books and show you some of the notes that they've been writing down, including little illustrations of what Varys had written on the chalkboard. A couple will just go, yes, teacher.
Greyhound looks at this surprise, and he pulls out a giant book that looks almost the size of his body out from his bag of holding and takes some notes about that.
Okay.
Greyhound's gonna come in, and he's also gonna help teach as well. And guess you can go back to whatever everyone else is doing.
Alright. And so, Varys happily, has you come up next to him as he continues to go over, spheres, lines, cylinders, and cubes, and how they tend to work in terms of magic casting. Meanwhile,
Okay.
back at Starfall...
Wait.
Oh.
1 second. Before that, can I do a roll to try and see how well I help out? Like, what type of roll would that be?
Well, let's see. Something like that. This is magic-based, so it would most likely be either... I'll give you your choice between Arcana and History.
Arcana would be way better. Okay. 15?
15? Yeah. Since you weren't there at the very beginning, you sometimes stumble a little bit as you start to talk about some examples and some bits of learning that Varys may have already covered. But after a few minutes, when you kind of catch up to exactly where Varys is at, you two are able to tag team very well. And after about an hour or so of doing some educational and book learning, you do take them outside to do some practical work as you are able to show off some of your magic skills to them.
Nice. Okay.
Providing them with a very educational but fun lesson.
Nice. Probably a little bit chaotic because of Greyhound.
But of course, I mean, it wouldn't be anything less. Meanwhile, back inside Starfall Citadel, the rest of the party, Treth, Dain, and Talos, are situated within the dining hall as food is being delivered out. A little bit of a lighter lunch. There are some sliced meat sandwiches, some beverages of different flavors are brought out, and of course, a bowl of mixed fruits are provided as well. As the steward sets all of it down, he looks at you all and goes, "Lunch is served, masters. Will there be anything more that you require?"
I think we're all right for the moment.
Very good. If you need anything, be sure to call out or ring one of the nearby bells. I will be nearby if you need me. As he then bows.
Real quick, translate. We hadn't have any letters or anything sent this way for any of us.
Stand by. Processing. Now, was there anything that any of you were expecting? Because I don't believe Dain or Talos had sent out much letters.
Most of the things were like wondering if there had been anything from like the from like the capital, from like the paladins orders, so, like any like things like that, because I obviously told them about the Citadel being my place of abode. Mm-hmm. So if anything anything that might have been sent from them, or like, though, like my sisters, they probably just use the sending stones that that we have. So
yeah, you've been doing
mostly it's like
daily talks with the sending stone for your family. So
yeah, so like mostly it's for like I wonder if anything from command has come through.
And then Dain, you weren't expecting anything, as you received a letter, but I don't believe you sent one back out yet.
No, I haven't sent anything back out, but I'll still have a look to see if the hold had basically sent anything, but I'm not like looking in particular, basically.
Mm-hmm. And obviously Treth wouldn't have anything to look forward to, and Milo wouldn't have received anything either. As the steward will look at you all and go, terribly sorry, masters, but at this time there has not been any correspondence or parcels that have made its way to Starfall for any of you. I shall be sure to inform you if anything were to arrive, though.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
If y'all recall, basically about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago, you had received a good parcel of letters that came in for all of you previously. So, perhaps not enough time has gone by for anything new to have made its way over.
Yes, I'm on 2 weeks in game and about 6 months actual time.
Basically, like right before you left for Antiva was when you got your last letters, which in game was like 2 weeks ago, I believe.
Yeah, that's about right.
And so you all proceed to dig into the fruits, the sandwiches, and enjoy yourselves for lunch, as thoughts of what's to come comes to your mind.
We definitely know. Pardon. We definitely, at least I know that where everything is going to take place. We definitely have these scrolls that will help out. We do need to make plans for backups just in case if we get discovered.
Hey.
And I know that that especially this is more for myself with my natural instinct would be to try to put an end to everyone involved with this, but I could suggest we be more on the side of recon than trying to fight anything there.
Hey, we definitely need to handle this more tactfully. That's why we got the scroll.
So how much information would Treth have received from Milo regarding this more personal business?
Considering that Milo didn't know where they were going, probably not very much.
So Treth is kind of just sitting here, just looking a little confused.
Trest is more so just sitting here eating his food while he just minds his own business at the moment.
It's gonna kind of look over and it's like, Hey, Trest, did Milo ever let you know about, well, what it is we're been on the road doing for all this time?
I mean, you guys mentioned some lich, but Milo never told me anything about it. So, to be fair, you know Milo.
Aye,
He
he
keeps things close.
Aye, he keeps a lot of things close to his chest. Aye, I think we all pretty much do that, but Milo definitely more so than the rest of us. But aye, we have a lovely, and I use this term lightly, friend called Maldraxxus. Found him in
26, nice.
Does Treth know about Maldraxxus?
Not too much, but
What?
you've been doing about Maldraxxus in particular. You don't know too many details about him, as he's been kind of sealed away, and not much information regarding him in particular has been provided. But you are very, very familiar with the cult of Maldraxxus. A bunch of insane kind of cult-like individuals in robes and essentially black magic users, usually necromancers, undead, dealers. They've been somewhat making a rise lately across not only Dundras, but in other parts. Their appearance is starting to be noticed elsewhere as well. You yourself have likely, when you were on your way to Antiva, probably came into contact with a few individuals that were making their way towards increasing their undead arsenal. And upon dispatching a few of them, you might have, of course, come across letters from the cult of Maldraxxus as well. You know that they're definitely a group that is up to no good, gaining power very quickly, and they seem to worship or follow behind the leader that is known as Maldraxxus, though what exactly who exactly this Maldraxxus is has remained evasive to you.
Fair enough. Maldraxxus. I know about his cult. Not something my order really appreciates, but
aye, that lovely, lovely cult. We've been trying to take care of them when we can. But we originally found them in the town of Duskwood, where they unfortunately kind of dropped a meteor on the city, on the town, and also kind of freed this lovely lich fellow Maldraxxus. And we've been hunting him down where we can to try and stop him, because, well, I'm pretty sure he's gonna end up destroying or conquering the world if he doesn't get stopped.
His webs of his web has spread quite far for the short amount of time that he's been awake. All the way out to Anar Dracul, to the coasts. Been trying to allocate power. Right now, it seems that he's focusing a lot of his forces back on the village where he was originally imprisoned.
Every time we go back there is more soldiers, more defenses, and more undead.
Unfortunately, the last time we were there, we've had reports that there were even some paladins that were turned to the undead.
I'm sorry, what?
Talos just it's there's a dark look in his face. He just nods. It's like, hard to believe from what we've been told. There's paladins from many different orders, including the Ash Marchers there. That shows the danger of his power.
I really hope the champion that was down there didn't get taken back over, because that's not going to be fun to deal with. I don't want to deal with another Death Knight.
No, I hope so. From what I'm gonna do. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of something like for. I don't believe that she, the original guardian, would have been turned again. I think she would have found a way to probably keep her protected or make sure that it was impossible for them to do it again.
Hey, hopefully. That was not fun last time.
With a 19 check there, Treth. You are familiar with the Ass Marchers as a renowned and infamous paladin order dedicated to the eradication of all undead creatures, vowing to never let the undead hurt the world of the living again. Essentially, are you familiar with Fallout's Brotherhood of Steel?
Yes.
Imagine the Brotherhood of Steel if their hatred and all of their stuff wasn't towards technology, but was against ghouls and the eradication of all undead. And that's how radical they are.
Neat.
So, Treth, you are very much they are very much a force to be reckoned with. Famous for they're dealing with the undead, but insanely strict when it comes to the definition of undead. Essentially, anything that could even share a hint of undead, whether it be for good or ill, falls under their blade.
Neat.
Yes, with the reports that we've been having undead close to here as well, shows where their influence is going.
Hey, we've definitely been a bit lax on dealing with the situations. We definitely should.
Yes, we've been being pulled in multiple different directions. Especially once my hackles got raised when we learned about what was going on in Anar Dracul, the connection with Maldraxxus there. That would have been devastating if that plan would have worked. And Talos is gonna kind of go over what they had learned while they were there, and about the crystals and the mind control magic. And how the rest of the capital didn't know about what happened to the Feywood.
And then me chiming in, telling me and Dal are making a magical nuke.
Yeah.
All these being quite the fantastical stories to you, Treth, is whether or not he would believe all of it or most of it is up to him and you, but interesting stories nonetheless. The loss of the Feywoods is certainly a shock to you, as even being from the capital and having actually gone towards the Feywoods, the Feywoods were infamous for being a very magically sourced location of grand trees that was in the center of Dundras, and essentially kind of was a major separator between the west and the east, with not many wishing to traverse the land of those woods lightly.
Yeah, all due to Lord Thanatos. Apparently, his true form was a red dragon, waged war on the Fae, and he was successful in destroying their kingdom. They had a little last laugh of their own, forcing him into that humanoid form. Though it didn't lessen his strength, though. Kind of roll one of my shoulders, remembering the hit from him.
If we didn't have the leader of the Circle of the Sands there, I'm pretty sure we'd all be 6 feet under in the sands.
True. Well, at least we were able to. At least we were able to destroy some of his artifacts that he was wearing, that he had. There's a bit of pride in that, like Talos, kind of, especially knowing what the difference between our a servant of Tiamat and not me, Bahamut.
What do you mean by artifacts exactly?
The gear he was wearing, Bahamut blessed me with enough strength to shatter one of his pauldrons. Apparently, it was he had a bit of power from them. Dark blessing of Tiamat, most likely. Granted, he did respond in kind on me. Kind of rubbed my chest, like probably going. The scar on my chest probably won't fade for quite some years. Did black out after he struck me though, so there's that.
I think after that fight we all kind of did after a while.
Hopefully he's lost enough power where he won't be trying to come back anytime soon, especially without help. We did scatter, destroy pretty much all of his allies and supporters. And the Warriors of the Sands, they did quite a good job cleaning up after as well.
Didn't we hear something about him getting out not too long ago?
Yes, I did tell them to send word to us if they had any news, but so far we apparently haven't had anything yet. Let's just hope that he doesn't try to make another alliance with Maldraxxus.
Right.
I hope he doesn't. If anything, he's already proven that he may not be as all that as his. Maldraxxus might see him more as a liability now.
Dain, were you referring to the letter that you got previously?
Possibly. I remember some point we were hearing that.
Yeah, from the notes here, it said you received a letter about that the scout, the Circle of Sand scouts checked the sand prison that they were sent him out into the desert, and it looked like he had gotten out of it.
Fun.
But they haven't. Their scouts haven't found anything, and there haven't been any rumblings of his supporters.
Your information's slightly outdated, because before you went to Antiva last, you did get a letter from Ranos.
Okay, I'm just checking the notes. The copy of the notes I have. I don't think I have that one then.
Yeah, I'm also looking through my notes, and the last letter that we got was back in September.
Yeah, you definitely got some more recently, and you had read those out, but let me put the one from Ranos in particular over here, and I'll do that in Town Hall. How about that?
Okay.
Boop. Because I was telling you previously, the letters that you all had kind of received in a big parcel. You got one from Ranos, the leader of the Circle of Sands. You had also... Let's see. You in Shax, you have in particular all those letters from, obviously, Ezekiel Shax that you had located in the manor. Milo had gotten a letter from his son, which is what prompted him and you all to go to Antiva in the first place. And then Dain, you had also gotten a letter at that time as well. This was on the it was the session around the 15th of December, one of the last sessions of the year, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I do not have that in my character notes.
share that at the time? Okay, I'll copy paste that over to you real quick. I thought I had. Oh well.
I think that's why. I think that's why we've been a bit confused. It's like, we got letters. Where are the letters?
Boop and.
That one.
Is memory starting to come back on it?
Yeah. No, it's the one that is posted above as well, just didn't know if there was a new one or not.
Let's see, pretty sure. Oh, whoops, I missed a part there. Let me edit that back in real quick. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. And so, as you can see from the letter from Radnos, as you kind of pull it out and have a read, you can see that essentially Anar Dracul has begun to prosper again, but as they've caught a few of his servants trying to make their way back into the city, as well as try to make their way back into the council that they have been establishing, you read that while they know that Thanatos has escaped from the earthly prison that they forced him into, they have indeed found his lair and have secured the entrance to prevent him or whatever forces he might have within from escaping. They have tried sending in some forces to find and eliminate him themselves, but none have returned. And so they have sent this letter to you all, knowing that since you have faced him previously and lived, they feel confident that perhaps you might be able to go in where they have failed and take care of Thanatos once and for all.
Hey, after rereading that, I'll just look at the group. It's like, hey, there's another problem we've got to take care of at some point soon. Too many problems and too little time.
Well, let's hope that they can hold them steady there until we deal with our main pressing issues.
Hey, if we can find and weaken or even eliminate Maldraxxus, which I doubt we're going to do that last bit or this quickly. But if we can at least weaken them, we can then turn our attention on weakening any other links.
We were able to at least push back some of his tendrils of control, lessen his strength, and for to be able to same research and trying to find out how to beat him.
Aye.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna pull out the map and pull it up and put it on the table. And so, according to from what the information we received from the undead coming from this direction, as well as the meeting place, the information we got from that little necromancer we ran into.
the information that you pulled from, you know that essentially the coordinates you have is somewhere south of Duskwood, approximately somewheres about here. Supposedly about a day's march away from the city of Duskwood itself. Are we all still here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Just taking it all in, I guess.
Yeah, somewhat.
Just I'm trying to adjust the map right now.
All good.
Alright, Duskwood.
And based on if you were
Can you do a ping on that?
Oh yeah. So, approximately somewhere about here. If you're all able to see that.
Yes, sir.
Somewhere in that region is where this meetup point for whatever this army or whatever this group from the cult of Maldraxxus is meeting up at. And Dain, if you were to relay it, essentially from what Dallin had described to you, he and Fradnir are in some sort of cave over here, somewhere in this region, saying that they couldn't find any signs of Maldraxxus there, but some of his undead forces were around they were dealing with.
Yeah, I'll relay that to the group as well.
So I don't think it's any coincidence that it's in the that they're coming somewhere into the middle between Duskwood there, and then of course I point down toward where the pirate lord Black Wolf's fortress is. There, especially with the information they were trying to gain allies with the pirate lords. Probably that's probably where they're getting some of their supplies.
Yet another problem we've got to take care of.
Well, first this recon mission, then we can move from there.
Aye.
I suggest we try seeing if we can get what we have to at least assist with the look. Some more common weapons rather than our more flashy stuff.
Yeah, sorry, that ain't happening for me.
And perhaps an old dark cloak, something to fully cover yourself. Well, I think this these scrolls should be able. We have enough. We should have enough scrolls for all of us, actually.
As you kind of reach into your bag, Talos, and you bring out the Scroll of Seeming, you recall that, in fact, as you remember Varys explaining it to you, the Scroll of Seeming would allow you to change the appearance of any number of creatures you see within range. You give each target you choose a new illusionary appearance. And the spell will disguise physical appearance as well as clothing, armors, weapons, and equipment. You can make each creature seem 1 foot shorter or taller and appear thin, fat, or in between, but you can't change a target's body type, so you must choose a form that has the same basic arrangement of limbs. Otherwise, the extent of the illusion is up to you, and it'll last for 8 hours.
Well, this makes things easier. I'm pretty sure I probably got a note on there. It's oh, that's actually. We may not have to hide our weapons after all if everything goes well with this magic.
Hey, I think
As long as we each have the same. As long as we each have the right amount of limbs, it should all work out.
Hey.
We just have to. We just have to make some. Make sure we have enough things prepped and ready, as well as like some plans in case of in case we get discovered. I'd suggest it if we're able to escape, but we get separated, then we'll try to make our way back to Duskwood.
You should definitely make our way down there. So, spend the night here, get prepared, and then head out in the morning.
Agreed.
Any
questions?
You could take Eddie's out for a spin.
He needs the exercise. Oh. So while we're prepping, we should make sure you have it. Go to the end of the army, get any items or equipment you may need. I'm certain we have plenty of leftovers from when we had our trip to Anar Dracul. I think I overpacked for that.
Just a smidge.
Especially on rope. We have plenty of rope.
I think we've got enough rope to last us the next century.
Well, you never know. Anyway, let's get started then.
Aye. Also, better to be over-prepared than under-prepared.
Val's gonna roll up the map and stow it away and start heading out to make sure his things are ready and go check Ares.
Sounds good. As the servants come to clean up your platters and dishes, you make your way out to the stable, taking a wide berth around the pond as you see popping its eyes out from the water of the pond. Princess just staring as you make your way around.
I was gonna keep his eyes on her while he's passing by.
And you do make your way to the stable, where inside you find Ares, as Ares kind of looks over at you and gives a
Ares. I'll come over and start stroking his head and flanks, and
he shows his teeth to you as he kind of shakes his head a little bit.
Oh, I can tell you get excited. I've been taken well care of, and so we'll be going out. We'll be heading out again quite soon. Make sure to go over his. Make sure to checking his hooves, making sure he's all like prepped and ready.
Animal handling.
Reopen up that froze on me.
Mm-hmm.
1 second, let me reload the page. The whole page froze.
Oh dear. And then Treth, are you doing anything?
Treth is just gonna be waiting around until something happens. I don't know.
Gotcha. Treth will get out his book and just do some writing, meditating, whatever he feels like.
19.
Commute to his wife and talk about this comment she made.
Yes.
Do we want to know?
Which I didn't know.
At the 19, Talos, as you take a look at Ares, you can see that he's been regularly brushed. His hooves have a new set of horseshoes on them. You can see that they're showing very light use. as if he's gone out for a couple runs with the caretakers, but besides from that, he seems to have lots of energy. Hasn't had a chance to really go all out like he used to. Otherwise, he looks perfectly healthy, perfectly ready to go. And then, Dain, were you doing anything?
Gonna kind of just get my... bring out the heavy saddle that I've got, just so I can make sure it's all... everything's clean, all the straps and everything are good before I end up summoning my owlbear later. Or tomorrow.
Sounds good. Do an investigation.
Investigation.
7. As you take a look over it, you kind of pull it out and give it a brief look over. You haven't used it too much, so as you kind of look over, you idly just double check a couple things before you go, yeah, it's alright, it's good to go. Hardly been used.
It's fine. It's like brand new.
Let's see. Did you give your previous steed over to someone else at the time, Dain?
What was it? Officially, no, but I'm pretty sure, I think Soren was using it for a bit, maybe?
I don't remember Soren using it. He rode on the back of someone.
Yeah. No, I can't even remember. It might just still be at the Citadel.
Well, yeah, obviously your steed would be at the Citadel still.
Well, yeah.
I think I know what happened. I think he gave Dain gave his horse to Varys on the way back from.
That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously, Varys was either going to ride with one of you, and then you were all like, "Hey, I got this this new nifty trick that allows me to have this," and so. And in fact, you never actually named your horse either, so it's just been
No.
It's just kind of nameless, just hanging out at the stable with Ares, Bagel, and Short Stack.
Yeah, I was kind of running with the joke of going to the desert on a horse with no name.
Yes. And so it still has no name. All right. And so, as you all kind of make your preparations, was there any shopping you wanted to do? There was a relatively new general store that was just outside the Citadel you could go visit if there's any basic supplies you might want to look into, or if there's anyone you want to go try and find, talk to. What would you all like to do? Shax, how about you? Anything you would like to do?
Let's see. I'm actually gonna go into the vault real quick.
Alrighty. You should have access to your personal vaults, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yep. And so it looks like in there, obviously, Dain has a few things. Dallin, as you look over at his area, you see, still remaining in a big heap of pile inside his personal vault. You can see the 30-some-odd crude orc weapons and armor sets that have been left over on the side.
Alright. Let's see, just double check. Let me pull in that real quick.
And then Treth was still good to go. He had no shopping or nothing else he wanted to do or try to do.
I mean, out of curiosity, or out of Treth's curiosity, he'd probably try to go find Namfoodle and finally put a face to the name.
Very good. And then Dain, anything you would do? Any shopping or?
Dain's pretty set to go. Just waiting on the morning, basically, or wait until we are all heading out.
Good to go. And then, obviously, Greyhound is finishing up his lessons for the afternoon at the academy.
Do you want me to do any more rolls, or just leave it be?
I mean, was there anything more that you wanted to do in regards to the academy and the lessons of magic casting and?
Well, Greyhound would have been paying attention to what the students are doing and tried to give one-on-one advice as well.
How very noble of him. Let me see what kind of check that would be. Wouldn't be Arcana, as you're doing something a little bit more. I would say that in regards to trying to have more one-on-one, like, are you trying to inspire them, just trying to, like, help them, and particularly, like if some of them are struggling with a particular part of the lesson, or are you trying to help explain it better?
Basically, a little bit of inspiration, as well as just, like, if someone seems like they're struggling at something a little bit more than the others, he'll pull them aside and give them a little bit more of a one-on-one, like, advice on how to do it, kind of more catered towards them.
I gotcha. If you want to be a little more inspiring, you can roll a performance check to kind of like give them a little more of an inspiring lesson. Otherwise, if you're wanting to kind of pull them aside and like ensure that they know the material in particular, this would be an Arcana check. So performance or Arcana of your choice.
Okay. Yeah, Arcana's higher. I guess I don't get to inspire them.
With a 23, as you see several of them that are struggling a little bit more, like some of them are like kind of making some drawings, and some of them are kind of waving their hands and following the lesson a bit. You can see that they definitely, a few of them aren't as nearly as familiar. So with the 23, you're able to kind of make some demonstrations and especially like show off some of your particular spells and skills. Like, for example, especially with the 23, you take great pleasure in showing off a... Let's see. Do you have your full spell list in Greyhound's thing? You probably have that in your personal, don't you?
Yes, I have it in my personal. I need to do that. I keep on getting a lot of homework each week. I keep on telling myself I'm going to do it next week. I'll clear it.
I think I recall last week you mentioning that Greyhound had a fireball.
He was supposed to, but I decided to change that for blink.
Ah, gotcha.
So he has. Let's see, what would be something he would be willing. Because fireball also, he's around kids right now, so he's a lot more actually. He's actually a lot more mindful about what he does.
What would be?
He'd probably use like magic missile or something, or catapult. One of those.
Yeah, why not both? You're able to kind of show like catapult as a means of like taking an object and flinging it to like cause damage or otherwise, and like that in and of itself is incredibly inspiring. As some of them are like, wow, how did you do that? That thing looks so heavy. And then by using your magic missile, like you kind of make it to a game in a way where it's all like, who thinks that I will be able to hit those targets right there, and kind of get some like, oh, you can't do that. Something like, I believe in you, and then you use magic missile to prove that, like, when it comes to magic missile, so long as you can see it, you will hit it. It becomes very inspiring for them, and I'll say with the 23 especially, a couple of them may intend to learn and like perhaps like if they ever get into trouble, focus entirely on using magic missile for defense.
Ah, yes, Dallin method.
I was about to say Greyhound is creating the new Dallins.
He just needs to teach him how to use firearms. Although Greyhound, I don't think would be able to wrap his head around firearms.
And next year, at the Starfall Citadel Academy for young adventurers, it becomes a scout camp as they get everything that they need to know how to survive. Survival skills, tying knots, shooting guns. Everything they need.
Explosives too.
I'm definitely gonna take. Even though part of Talos has what we like he felt when he was in that underwater temple, he's gonna take out the whispering cloak.
Alrighty.
I think it might. I'm pretty sure I'll have to like make sure I have it with me so I can probably attune to it, right?
Let me see here. This cloak specifically attuned to Paladin. Yeah, so you'll have to attune to it whenever you want to use it.
Let me double check something. I can only have 3 things attuned to me, correct?
Yes, 3 magic items that can attune. Like, there are some magic items that you don't have to be attuned to. Like, for example, I don't believe your helmet is an attune. I believe that.
My helmet and the wings of fly in my helmet.
Yeah.
Everything else, though, I have to.
Yes.
So dang, I'd have to give up one of my because the 3 things I have that I'm attuned right now with is definitely the sunblade, my belt of cloud giant, and my gloves of swimming and climbing. Gives me a +5 to strength and athletics checks. Probably one of the combination of that plus the belt has probably been the reason I've been like hitting things really, really hard.
You think?
So I'm gonna say even I can't hit stuff that hard.
You got like, what is it? Like a legendary quality belt there?
Yep, the cloud giant. I think the only thing stronger than cloud giant would be storm giant. Yeah.
Because the Cloud Giant gives you a base strength of 27, whereas the Storm Giant, if you got that, would give you 29.
It didn't it originally before they changed it? Didn't it have another ability as well?
I don't remember.
I think it gave a resistance to lightning damage. I think, but
that might have been in one of the previous editions. I think.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm probably thinking about.
And unfortunately, this one, which does require attunement, like basically just gives you a boost to your strength.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm reading that, like this is a couple of editions ago. The old version of Cloud Giant Strength also increased your movement speed as well. It's like not only did it make you strong, but it made you fast.
Dain's got.
Which is like
sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good.
I have to say, like Dain, I think you're still attuned to like the Belt of Dwarven Kind, right?
Yes. Yeah, I do like my belt.
Charles probably gonna tease it. Good. I will take the whispering cloak with me. Probably as we're traveling, he'll probably attempt to attune with it just so he has it with him in case of needing it.
Sure. Just let me know whenever you do that. That way we keep track of that. Do you have the description of it within your character notes already?
1 sec. I'm getting ready to. Let's see, on Discord or on Roll20?
Either or.
It should be let's see, to pull this up. It's definitely the full descriptor is in the vault, but I can put it on my character and just on my tab for me.
Yeah, we can do that because if you're removing something from the vaults, we'll need to delete that message. That way, we can keep track of what all you have stored and what you do not have stored.
1 sec.
Don't get any accidental copies.
Yeah, before you take it out of the vault real quick, just so I can make sure I copy it. Speed. Okay.
So, Dain, is the reason why you have to build the Dwarven Climb specifically because of all the amount of times your beard gets burned off? The belt magically allows you to grow it back even thicker than before?
Don't be giving away my secrets.
There we go. I just added the description to my character tab in Discord. I'm gonna put it in my thing for here for roll 20 as well.
Very good. Alright, so let me go ahead and
Nope.
clear that from the vault. As now you no longer have anything else stored in the vault at this time. Of course, remember, anyone that has access to the Starfall Citadel can at any time store anything in the vault if they don't want to just have cluttering up their character sheets or whatever.
Come on.
Let's have a look, see if there's anything.
Here we go. I rolled. He was being a little iffy for a second. Equipment. It's not letting me use the plus sign to add new equipment.
Oh no.
Like, what are you doing? Bio. Something's going up here. Something ain't right here.
Well, in any case, as
That's it. It's at least it's in my. I was able to add it to my D&D Beyond one, so it's at least it's there for that.
yes.
Anyway, I think the only other thing Talos would do would be just to go like into our burgeoning town and see if he can get some small supplies that just to kind of make sure he has what he needs.
Very good. Now, the general store that's located within the small area growing outside of would have some simple weapons and simple ranged weapons, but also they would have a modest selection of adventuring gear for you to choose from. Is there anything in particular you'd be looking for?
Let's see. Well, I do need to make sure we get a restock on rations, because I know I only have about 17 rations left.
Alright, well, for rations...
Sorry, not 17, so I have only 16 rations left.
Oh my. Well, for rations, obviously for a single serving of rations for a day, that's 5 silver pieces, so... And with connections to the rail station and Port La Montagne and what have you, you would be able to get however many rations that you would need.
Let's see, it's 5, 10. I'll get an additional 10 rations. So that would be... Yeah, I hate doing the math when it comes to gold and say
10 rations, was it? You said?
Yeah, so it's
5 gold.
So 5 gold. Okay, thank you. Math is evil. It's like no matter what realm, math is evil.
Yeah, essentially 2 rations is 1 gold.
Okay. All right, add that to my inventory. I still think it's funny. Like if I'm looking at the if we were actually doing like proper weight stuff, if things weren't in the bag of holding.
It would make things a little more complicated and more difficult, certainly.
Yeah, it's just like I just think it's funny. It's like and just see no matter how much strength Talos has, it's just like I can't move. Let's see. Anything else? I'm good on regular potions. Arrows. I have 60 arrows, so that should be fine. I think that's probably gonna probably be it for me. Everything, I'm pretty good with everything else. Traveling cloak, desert cloak. I'm noticing I'm collecting cloaks now.
All of the cloaks.
Let's see, I have my cloaks and mantles. I have I have my the wings of fly, the manta.
Cloaks are very handy.
Yep. The manta, the cloak, let's see, what was it?
Cloak of the manta ray.
Cloak of the manta ray, but also the cloak of magic resistant. I think it was like mine or something resistant. Where is it? Going through here. Equipment. Manta ray. It was like a spell cloak of spell resistance.
You really are collecting cloaks.
That's gonna be it for me. If anyone else wants to.
There's a very modest selection available at the general store. Like I said, it's very much burgeoning. It's got like access to like several other trade spots from without, but obviously it would not be capable of like having like more powerful magic potions or what have you. At least not yet. So, anything more? Any other shopping? Any other like last minute like tasks or anything you want to seek out or do before night falls?
Well, we gotta go get our lunch.
Yeah.
No, you had lunch.
Yeah, I already had lunch.
Yep, right?
Oh, what about third lunch?
Yeah, we had lunch. That's when we were talking about what we were doing next.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Dain doesn't know where he's at right now. I guess in Dain's head.
Just to make sure, have we... Oh, sorry, what did you gonna say?
No, you're good.
Just to make sure, have we left Starfall Citadel yet?
No, we're still there.
Okay. Before Greyhound leaves, he's gonna write out a training, some like a lesson for his students until he gets back.
All right.
Yeah. It's gonna be more focused around them actually going out and doing like small jobs.
Like internship stuff?
Yeah.
Very good, very good. So, Greyhound be working on that. And then, after you do that, obviously, Treth is still vibing and chilling at Starfall. Talos has got his shopping done.
Treth was wanting to go talk to Namfoodle.
Oh, you
Put a
are
name to the
correct.
face.
You are correct. So, is there anything else Talos or Dain has?
While waiting for the others and seeing Treth walk off, Dane's going to kind of go. Was it? Gonna go out into the main courtyard and just start working on some of his rings.
Sounds good. Dain's working on his jewelry. After some guidance, Treth, from a few of the servants, you do make your way over to a workshop in particular that looks rather curious just from the outside. It smells of some strange, like sulfuric, like substance, while at the same time you could hear some hammering going on within, as well as some profanity words being flung out every once in a while.
You've discovered the workshop of Namfoodle.
So what do you do, Treth?
And I kind of just like look around, try to find anyone that's close to him, be like, he feels very out of place here.
Like, have you entered the workshop, or are you just standing outside still?
Oh no, sorry, enter.
Okay. As you enter it, you can see a very much full workshop with lots of gears, metal bits and bobs. You can see this, like, all sorts of strange contraptions that, to your eyes, you would not recognize at all. And as you take a look around into this workshop, you see several barrels in the corner. You see, over one table, a very small statured individual on just kind of next to a very equally small work table, currently hammering out something in metal and holding it up into some candlelight, some lamplight, I should say. As he then brings it back down, and you hear some like ratcheting sounds.
Namfoodle?
It kind of bolts up a little bit. It goes, "If it's a delivery, just put it right over there. I am sort of in the middle of something."
No, I'm came to talk to you on behalf of Milo.
He kind of like stops, and his head lolls up a little bit as if he's got a sigh, and he puts down his stuff and goes, "This had better be damn." I'm sorry, who are you?
My name is Trest Frostwoods. I came on behalf of Milo, like I said. First of all, big fan of your work. I'm sure you hear that a lot, though.
He kind of like dusts off his apron a little bit and like stands a little bit taller. He goes, "But of course, of course. What in particular about my work are you a fan of, per se?"
All of it. Really big fan of just everything that you do. Fuck.
Kind of gives you a squinty eye and goes, "Pah! You flatter me. There's no need to do that. I mean, I know I do plenty of impressive work. I imagine you probably saw my TRAIN out there. Some of my finest work with that one. Well,
Actually, it's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. I heard you made one specifically for Milo.
his eyes kind of squint at you a little bit, and he kind of scuttles over and closes the door behind you. You're talking about the secret project?
Yes, that's correct. I wrote that over here. However, there was some mishaps with a couple of the doors.
Mishaps? Impossible! I made those things to withstand the pounding of Greyhound.
Well, about that, it didn't work because Greyhound ripped door off, and then Dain
What?
tried to fix the door with another door from the inside of a carriage.
God damn it! And he kind of just like goes over and kicks a barrel over. Ah,
It was a good idea at the time.
I made that with reinforced steel and everything. That cost so much. Urgh. He kind of stops him. Well, I suppose that explains why they were hesitant to have me come down and look at the that particular unit down below when they arrived yesterday.
That would probably be it.
I've been hesitant to go down there because I've been working on some more bigger projects up here, but having those doors gone is going to be very troublesome for trying to use that again. I'm gonna have to work on that thing right away. Thank you for letting me know about that. I should say that I'm pissed at Greyhound, and albeit I am, that guy's more animal than anything, so unfortunately I can't hold it against him.
Yeah, after realizing who Greyhound was and what he's able to do, kind of hid with your employees on the train as a bodyguard. At least that's what I said to myself.
It's a thing that they say on the seas about a loose cannon. That Greyhound certainly is one of them. Absolutely really nice in a fight, but his eyes just kind of bulged in like a mile-long stare. He's got his quirks, and I always hope and pray that he just stays in that academy of his. But, of course, you can't quite control things like that. How's Milo doing anyway? Haven't seen that son of a bitch in quite a while.
Doing pretty good from my understanding. Came the Baron of Antiva.
He kind of blinks a little bit. He's like, I'm sorry, he what?
Yeah, he more or less owns Antiva now, from my understanding.
What? I get sent to that. Ooh. Well. He kind of stops and then, like, crosses his arms and then, like, looks over to the side for a second. He owns the joint now, eh?
That'd be correct.
Kind of like stops and thinks for a second. So, would you say that by owning the whole thing, he's going to come into a lot of resources and say a lot of money? As his eyebrow raises at you.
It'd probably be very lucrative over there, yes, I'd assume so.
Well, I should probably write him a letter about that then and get it to some more contacts. I mean, we've already been doing, I've been doing some work on his behalf already. If it's perhaps some more lucrative to be done, well, it kind of
Actually,
sly grin goes on his face.
Hold on to that thought real fast as Treth pulls out his book and kind of just like starts pulling or flipping through the pages and be like, "What do you got for Milo?"
Well, if he can secure me some more funding, well, I can definitely do some great things, not only for Antiva, but for his place here at Starfall Citadel. I've already been working on quite some impressive things. I'm sure he will be very pleased about that.
I mean, if you're able to stop your work, you probably just go over there, see if you're talk to him yourself.
I would, but unfortunately, it sounds like I, for one, need to go down below and fix the train that Greyhound has damaged, first and foremost. And two, I'm still working on a few defensive measures for the Citadel here that once online will, let's just say, once they're activated, they will be able to defend the Citadel more efficiently.
Also, if a little bit of a critique, if I may, about the project.
Critique, you say?
Not critique, I should say. More of a suggestion.
I might be open to one of those.
I heard rumors that you create, like, mechanical things that aided you in battle, at least from my understanding of what happened over at Lyle Outpost.
Oh, yes. I do tinker in making arms, armor, as well as other magical gear and doodads, what have you. One of my more favorite ones is, have you ever seen that dwarf wearing a robe and gave him a pat on the shoulder?
You're referring to Dain? That's the only dwarf I've seen here, except for the one that
Yes,
head of security.
The one that has like a miniature stick up his ass.
I have not touched his shoulder.
But if he's wearing a very flashy looking robe, give him a nice pat on the shoulder and you'll get a nice message from me on there.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, back to the project, since I feel like we're getting a little bit off track here. I heard that you were able to create, like, I don't know what the word it is, but, like, one of, like, the automatons to aid you in battle, is that correct?
He kind of gives you a look and goes, "Oh, yes. That's one of my particular assistants that I like to kind of summon whenever I'm getting into some hot water."
And you've been having issues with the secret project. Is it possible to get a couple of those and install them on the train itself?
He kind of like puts his hand on his chin and gets to thinking a little bit. Now, that there might be a little bit tricky. Because when it comes to one of those, or at least even just one of those, they generally require something or someone there to guide it, just kind of like direct it and what it needs to do. And
I'm not saying, like, that exactly, but something similar to that. That kind of, like, works on its own, possibly?
He kind of, like, stops and his eyes flick over to the table and then flick back to you. Maybe. I mean, that could actually fall in line. Put my works here, the Citadel, a little back, but if it were to make and ensure that perhaps maybe Greyhound doesn't get on that thing again, I could perhaps get some sort of Eldritch cannons installed into the car of it. I might even be willing to do that on the main TRAI and just outside, but, well, when I tried to suggest, like, putting on some extra ballistas or weapons on that thing, Varus was all like, "Oh no, we can't do that. It might accidentally harm an innocent." Blech.
Hey, Varus doesn't know about this project. He won't know about what you do with it. Have fun.
A sly grin kind of comes out of his face as he kind of looks at you and goes, "I can see why Milo likes you."
I can see why Milo does business with you.
Now, I won't go into details, but let's just say that my current project, I could do a smaller scale of it and install that into the underground TRIN. It might lose some of its speed, mind you. I'll have to look at a few of the details, but at the very least, I might have to sacrifice a little bit of speed and a little bit of power to divert that over towards these cannons that could potentially make it safer to traverse the underground, especially from what I understand, part of it does go through the Underdark.
Yeah, that's where we had issues before, and also where Greyhound came up.
I assumed as such. I mean, we gotta have like a strict, Greyhound not allowed on that whatsoever, and I figured that he would not be able to even find out about it to begin with. But I guess I was wrong about that! Well, this is a mighty fine suggestion I have come up with myself. A very fine idea to make this the train a little bit safer. I'll see what I could do about making it work.
I'm sure everyone... Hmm?
And you can let Milo know that if this is something that he's very serious about, if he wants to, this is going to require a little bit more funding, as he kind of rubs his fingers together in one hand, if you know what I'm saying.
I'll let Milo know.
Perfect.
And actually, let me ask him right now. As Treth pulls out his book, sends a sending to Milo.
Ooh, you got a fancy book there.
Yes. As he kind of just slowly kind of puts it back.
Normally, I just kind of have to whip up a stone of sending in order to get to people to communicate, and that only works once a day due to its limited magic capabilities. What kind of firepower you got packing in that book?
Not much. It's just mostly some smaller spells that I don't need to really focus too hard on. Then just allows me to talk to anyone as long as their name is written down in the book.
Oh. Well, that is... He kind of cocks his head a little bit. I have no idea how that works. Very interesting. But...
It was a blessing from my god.
Oh, you're one of those. As he kind of gives a let's see how well he's able to hide that. Give me a perception or insight of your choice.
God.
As he says that, he just kind of goes and turns back towards his work table. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary, or you don't notice the obvious signs of disgust on his face. Well, in any case, if you could secure that funding from Milo, that would be most appreciated.
I'm sure Milo, according to the book here, Milo is willing to send funding as soon as the train is back there to actually send you the funds.
Yes, that would be very appreciated. It will require a little more supplies. I'll have to outsource a little bit. I'm sure that our other procure of goods might be able to get me some stuff, although, knowing his prices, it's going to be expensive. Unless, of course...
I mean, if you...
I mean, he is... You say, the whole of Antiva,
from how Milo explained it to me, yes. From my understanding, he's in some contact with some powerful people over there as well. Possibly even more work for you.
Perhaps. Now, I'm definitely gonna have to keep a hold of Milo, and if he's got some good contacts over there, he might be able to get us some of the supplies needed to make things a little cheaper if he's got access to it.
I will be sure to let him know.
I appreciate that, Treth. I'll try to remember that.
Absolutely. Well, Infidel, it's been a pleasure to meet you.
Of course, the pleasure's all mine as he shakes your hand. As he turns back, your hand is left with some black grease stains as he proceeds to tinker with some more gears.
Namphil, or not Namphil, Treth is kind of just sit there and like touch his hand, make sure he didn't do anything to it as well after hearing about the cloak.
Best he can tell, Treth can tell that nothing has happened.
Treth will walk away.
Alright. And so, as night begins to fall, all of you meet back up for dinner in Starfall Citadel.
Everyone prepped for tomorrow?
Hey, ready to go. It's always a shame leaving the Citadel right after we've got back. Treth, you ready for heading out tomorrow?
Like I've been saying, you guys told me what to do.
Aye, fair enough. So, what did you get up to earlier? And noticed you're wandering off. You're just exploring the Citadel, or?
Yeah, I did a little bit of that. Just having a conversation with my wife as well, and met Damfiddle. That was
Oh, you met Anar Dracul.
interesting.
Very nice. How's
Oh.
that one doing?
As Treth kind of just like leans over, puts a hand on your shoulder. He's doing pretty good.
Not wearing the armor. Dain just kind of just casually looks down at your hand for a second. It's like, I'm guessing he told you about the cloak.
As Treth kind of just like slowly moves his hand back, maybe.
Well, unfortunately, it's not on this one, but it is on this. I'm gonna reach into my bag of holding and pull out the plate mail with the cloak still attached to it.
You grab the cloak.
That's what he just said.
Well, I was asking if he grabbed the cloak itself or the armor itself.
Oh no, I grabbed the armor.
Treth kind of just reaches over real fast and touches the cloak. God, why do I do this myself? I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy hole, digging a hole.
Talos just shakes his head.
I'm
surprised that magic is still working.
I mean, Namphil does do good work, so...
Hey, I'm pretty sure this thing is gonna last to the end of time at this point. But yes, any new projects he's working on?
It's got a project for the Citadel, that's about it.
Oh, very nice. Give any details about it, or is he as secretive as he normally is?
He didn't go too much into detail, and also, to be honest, even if he did, I don't think I would fully grasp it.
Fair enough. He does absolutely amazing work. Problem is, we don't know. Well, at least I haven't seen any of his explanations of anything until the work's actually done. Hey, but very, very good work, that one. Has anyone seen Greyhound?
No, not since earlier today.
Ah,
Maybe he went up. Think he might have gone up to that school of his.
yeah, you might have done.
The doors
Wouldn't be
open as
surprised.
Varys and Greyhound kind of enter the dining hall.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Hey,
I sense someone calling me.
Oh, I see what you were saying, Greyhound. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I believed him when he said you all were back. It's, hello.
hey, how's it going there, Varys?
Oh, it's going all right.
Hey, did Greyhound say that in front of Varys?
About the others being at back.
No, but he said someone calling him.
You both entered at the same time, so yes.
Alright. Alright. Sorry for interrupting you. What were you gonna say?
No, you're good. You're good.
Dane's just gonna kind of look over at Greyhound. It's like, hey, we're not doing any of that cult stuff in here.
Good, because I would be very disappointed in you. Thought you were better than that. Disgusting cults and religions.
Talos just kind of rolls his eyes, go back to his drink.
Sorry.
Oh,
So,
I'm gonna be
you guys broke up real bad.
We all still good, we connected, and everything.
I'm trying to think this is more of a issue on Talos' end than majority of us.
Yeah, I think. I think it's my internet connection's being weird. Thank you, Spectrum.
Fun times.
You ever sleep for a really long time, but when you wake up, you're still super tired?
Yeah.
God, I slept for like hours and hours last night, and now I'm just fighting to stay awake. Constantly stretching and yawning, and I'm annoying the hell out of myself because I want to stay up.
Don't do it. Simple solution.
How about you shut up? How about that?
Damn, tell me how you really feel.
I'm sorry. I was trying to be mean. Alright.
So, guys, what's the plan?
Well, been preparing throughout the day. Gonna head on down south of Duskwood in the morning, and well, finally have a look to see what the followers of Maldraxxus are up to, or even the big man himself.
So we can be that lucky. If we do find him direct, Maldraxxus himself, we'll need to get out there as quickly as possible and get word back to both both all the way and to the capital.
Aye, definitely.
Okay.
And bring the hammer down on them.
Are you?
Greyhound looks at Teeth. Am I saying that right? Teeth?
No, Treth.
God damn it! I keep on saying calling it wrong. I'm sorry. Treth. He looks at Treth and says, "Are you fine with coming with us? I mean, as far as that."
Said several times, I was hired by Milo to do what you guys tell me to do, basically. Therefore, yes.
I mean, I was just
It was polite to ask. Alright. Well, ready whenever you guys are. But if you want to go in the morning, then that's fine with me.
I mean, the morning would have to probably be the best time. After all, the last train towards Port La Montagne departed a little bit ago. Unless you were to just take your horses and get a start tonight. But obviously that'd be up to you.
So, out of character, would Greyhound have given the lesson plans to Varys?
Would he?
Varys is the one teaching the students when he's gone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he would have given them. I don't know. Would you have wanted Greyhound to be finished with the lesson he was writing down, or are you thinking that it's going to take longer than just the time he got back over to everyone?
I imagine, did Greyhound have a good idea about what kind of lesson he wanted exactly?
Like I said, he was more wanting to have his students go out and do small jobs, kind of figure out if it more centered around if they are going down the right career path.
Gotcha. Yeah, I would say that he would probably be more than capable of relaying enough information to Varys that Varys could then from there come up with he has some intimate knowledge of the nearby area, so Varys would be able to kind of figure out who and exactly what they could do to essentially get that internship going.
Okay. Well, alright. Greyhound's done for the night then, if all of his stuff is done.
Very good. And Treth's obviously probably well and set.
Yep.
And then anything for Shax? I'll take that as a no.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Signal should be going now. Sorry, I missed a bit because I literally could not hear anything. I was trying to fix my signal, so
No,
just a little bit of backtrack.
Basically, Treth and Greyhound are set for leaving in the morning.
Well, I'm pretty set as well. As good as we can be.
Hey, in that case, I'm ready for the morrow as well.
Do you think we should break? Do the train be able to carry the horses with us if we want to take those with us? Or do you think we should go by foot after we take the train?
Well, going by foot after we take the train, that's going to take a few days to get there.
And I imagine the train should have a transportation card specifically for obviously transporting goods and building supplies. I imagine one of those cots could probably house the horses.
Good. Then we should bring them with us as well once we. They'll be definitely at ease, but other than that, we should be all good for the morning. Let's finish up eating and then get some rest.
Hey, sounds good.
Very good. Now, I must once again just ask you to be very careful. After all, you're coming into contact with the cult of Maldraxxus. You haven't faced them directly since Duskwood, and no doubt they may have grown more powerful since the last that you've seen them.
That's true. Act with all the deepest caution.
But you have that scroll of seeming that I gave you, and you remember how to use it, right?
Nods.
You saw
Yes,
my
he
note?
nods. Yes, I saw the damage.
Very good. And you should be able to use that once you get closer. I mean, Milo showed you the cloak that he had previously. Hopefully, that should be the same style of cloak that they are using to kind of identify each other as part of that cult. But certainly, keep an eye out. Make sure that if their cloaks do look a little bit different, you adjust accordingly to ensure that you don't stand out.
Agreed.
Standing out could very well mean your deaths.
Hey, and rather not die again. Or almost, anyway.
Alright, so, with that, is there anything else anyone wants to do before they head to bed for the night?
Talos is
yes,
gonna send a message. Talos is gonna send a message to his sisters, letting him know, with the minimum amount of words that I can, that where he and the party are going, and their mission, and and for them to stay safe, and message him back and send him any information that they may learn of their own missions.
Very good. Yeah, your response back will essentially be take utmost care, be safe, stay alive, bring glory to Bahamut.
After that, Talos is gonna get into his a bit before he goes to sleep. He's gonna do a prayer, and then go to sleep.
And then Ryan, you said you had something with Greyhound.
Yes. Greyhound's gonna be doing a workout before he goes to bed.
A workout.
Yeah.
Very good. Anything in particular?
You ever seen in martial art movies where the main character is doing a push up with one hand and he's doing a handstand as well while he's doing it?
Yes.
Greyhound's gonna be trying to do that.
Do me an athletics check.
Gotcha. Shit. If it was acrobatics, it would have been so much easier. Dang it. How badly did he fail? Oh, it's 13.
A 13. Greyhound is able to kind of do a couple, and then noticing that no one else is really looking, Greyhound does a couple maybe cheat push-ups, and oh yeah, making himself feel better without doing nearly as much.
Okay.
Still able to do at least a couple though before he just kind of gives up and moves on to something else.
Gotcha. Okay.
Where would
Oh,
Greyhound
that'd
be
be-
doing that?
Hmm?
Where would have Greyhound been doing that?
Doing the push-ups?
Yeah.
Well, we should see what his strength is. Because he's strong enough. You showed that he's strong enough to carry Dain, at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
So he has to be doing something to keep himself in good enough shape to be doing that.
Well, it's also where in the Citadel is he doing this? Is he doing this just in the...
Oh, I thought you said why. I was damn, okay.
And also, just because you're
Where?
strong doesn't mean that you could do certain exercises. I mean, if there's something that you're not normally doing or not familiar with, if you try to do it, you could easily, just from technique, fail.
Yeah. But, actually, he'd be doing this near Princess. Oh, right! he promised Princess he would go fishing with her. He also goes fishing with her after he does his workout.
Alright. Now do a survival check then.
Gotcha.
21. As you kind of take
Morning.
Princess out to back into the lake behind, in between Starfall Citadel and in the La Montagne Mountain. You kind of go into the waters together, and you are able to actually catch some fairly sizable fish. And with Princess in tow, she has quite a bit of fun, like taking down some kind of large gar fish.
That's good. Okay.
You two have yourself a great time.
Alright. Now Greyhound is done for the night.
Princess is satisfied. For now.
He shall not visit Beefy yet.
And Dain, could you roll me some of your jeweler's checks? Because you were working on some of your jewelry, right?
Yes.
19. With ample supplies and resources at your disposal, you have a real good time just kind of polishing up some of the jewels. And like, there was a particular project you were working on, right? So you had gotten, like, what was it, a quarter of the way to completing it?
Yeah, it was like 3/4 of the way to finishing it. It was a golden ring with some, what is it? I think it was bloodstone.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it was like in the gems were like in the shape of the aboleth's eyes.
Yes. I would say with that 19 and having access to a work space and a work area, you're definitely able to complete that and polish it up, making it look real nice by the end of the night.
Hey. Is that another finished ring added to my collection?
Yep.
Nice.
Alright, and with that, you all head to bed for the night. And you all benefit from a long rest. Regrouping any amount of spell slots you may have used, any exhaustion you may have had gone, as you all have a very good night's sleep. And in the morning, as you wake up, you head down for breakfast, fully equipped, fully geared up. Varys, as he prefers to head to the academy to teach, he looks at the four of you. Once again, remember, utmost caution. Be very careful. Imagine Milo and Dallin would both hate if you two in particular fell to Maldraxxus without them.
I'm sorry, who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, apologies, didn't quite introduce myself last night. It seemed as if you were all very much deep in conversation. I am Varys Brightwood. I'm an old friend of Dain's, Talos, Milo's, and another one that I don't know, you probably haven't had the opportunity to meet. I've essentially been with them since Duskwood and helping them out on their quest to face and defeat the evil Maldraxxus.
Oh, well, in that case, apologize for my language. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Trest Frostwoods.
Perfectly reasonable. I mean, I get far worse of that from Namfudel. It is a pleasure to meet you, Treth Frostwoods. As he kind of shakes your hand. You're a mercenary, yes?
Of sorts.
We're quite curious that Milo sent you in his stead. Milo is doing well, isn't he?
He's doing very well.
I'm glad to hear that. I hope that, he'll be back soon.
Might be a couple of weeks before he's back.
Hmm.
He's doing some business in Antiva.
Ah, I see. I suppose that makes sense. I won't inquire any further about that. And I trust that you'll be able to help keep my friends here safe as they go on this utmost dire mission.
Yes, that is correct.
There's a bit of a reminder for you two, as well, of course, additional information for you, Treth, in case you weren't aware. Our last information and for what Comet's company has brought forth, as well as from other sources, indicated that the source of where we originally found Maldraxxus, Duskwood, has been under constant siege from undead forces for an unknown purpose. We've been trying to figure out exactly why. Perhaps maybe something that was left behind that Maldraxxus is seeking or wanting. Or perhaps just out of revenge for being trapped there, if he's wanting to wipe it out completely. We are not sure. But one thing is certain, there has been several reports and several, Comet's company in particular found a letter bound from a necromancer in particular, indicating that a gathering was occurring somewhere south of Duskwood. And that is where you all are heading. And your mission is to essentially infiltrate and gather as much information as possible, including perhaps a lair of Maldraxxus in particular, somewhere where we might be able to find him and end him once and for all.
Hey, would be nice if that was that simple.
Of course. And obviously, as a previous incident has occurred where a member of the cult of Maldraxxus, or at least someone that was hired by them, attempted to infiltrate Starfall Citadel here, where they intended to use gunpowder barrels that were intended to be used by Nanthurul as a means of blowing up the Citadel and essentially erasing us from this particular area. As for the reason why, we can only assume that perhaps Maldraxxus knows or fears Comet's company from perhaps remembering what they were doing to his cults previously in Duskwood. But obviously, there's still a lot of information that we do not have access to just yet. So, your main mission is primarily to be safe, get as much information as you can, and try to narrow down our search as well as perhaps gaining any and all additional information that could tip the scale to our side. And, obviously, in order to do that, Talos has a scroll of seeming with a note I left for instructions on how to properly understand and use it in order to disguise yourselves and in order to infiltrate. And so long as none of them been tipped off to that information, you should be able to get in and out without any incident. And obviously, if perhaps maybe there's some way for you to either disperse them or prevent them from unleashing their attack onto Duskwood, that would also probably be very, very helpful as well.
Hey, I'm sure there's something that we can do to kind of disrupt their plans.
Yes, because there's quite a few paladins and quite a few troops that have made their way to Duskwood to defend it, but the constant siege and obviously the constant losses from the forces of darkness has no doubt depleted their reserves and their forces. I dare say that I trust the Ass Marchers and a few of the other members of other orders that are there could certainly handle themselves against an invasion force of undead. I'm just not sure how long or the losses that would occur because of it.
If we get this done, the sooner we can stop this threat.
Precisely.
So every soldier lost is another soldier added to Maldraxxus' force.
Exactly. So remember, Get in there, get as much information you can, disrupt their plans if possible, but if it is too dangerous to do so, get yourself out of there and return back here so that way we can gather what information we have and plan a counterattack.
Agreed. Sounds like a plan.
Let's get those horses and head on out.
I wish you well in your journey, and I will pray for your safe return.
Appreciate it as always, Varys.
As you all proceed to leave the Citadel, you go over to the stables where you collect your horses, obviously Ares, and you collect, well, imagine for Treth you would have the horse with no name. And then would...
If they would allow it, I guess.
Yeah.
and then would Greyhound be taking short stack?
Now, would Milo be fine with him using short stack?
As long as you don't try to fucking tame him later. Sure.
Alright, yeah. Greyhound's gonna use short stack.
I mean, technically that was not Milo's horse. That was, wasn't that Namfoodle's horse?
Technically, yes, but it was gifted to Milo.
Yes.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, and it's a pony, so, I mean, it'd be the only thing small enough for you, because the one that obviously Dallin had would be like a full-size horse.
I mean, now it's got the feeling of a challenge, which would mean that
I mean, if he
Greyhound would try to ride a full size horse. Then.
I mean,
Yeah.
If he's feeling up to it, I mean, he could try to take Bagel.
Yes, he'll take Bagel.
Animal handling check.
All right. Can I convince you to let him use acrobatics instead?
This is you trying to like handle a horse that is a lot larger than you are and is not familiar with you.
I will take that as a no.
Animal handling.
I got 0 in animal handling. Let's see how bad this goes.
A 14. As you kind of hop onto Bagel. Bagel's in a relatively good temperament mood. And so you're able to kind of start to ride him a little bit. But you find that like trying to like straddle him is very difficult, as like your legs straddling him like don't even go to the side. So when you try to kick, you don't have any like hold on his stirrups. Like you basically only have the reins in your hand.
Oh, this is a mistake. This is a mistake.
And so you're able to essentially like maneuver a little bit around the courtyard, but it is very sluggish and like trying to get him to go faster. Like he goes at like a trot speed, and then you're not able to get him up to a gallop. Like it's clear that while you're able to sort of handle him, it's like if you were to try and like try him out in the field, it would probably like you would be at a disadvantage compared to your other allies.
I'll use short stack.
Right.
I don't get to have my boy Bagel.
As you kind of hop onto short stack, you find that you're able to reach the stirrups, and you have a better handle over this pony rather than the large horse.
Alrighty. Well, Greyhound is all ready.
And then, Dan, I assume you're waiting until you're out of Port La Montagne before you summon your noble steed.
Yes.
I'm in there just making sure Ares is all his gear is all on him, nice and secured.
Yep, he is all like saddle is fully strapped, blanket underneath. He is ready to go. All the horses have been well tended to and taken care of, and so as you all make your way over to the station, the train is making ready to head back towards Port La Montagne. You have to work with the engineers a little bit to load them up onto the cargo car and make sure that they're strapped in comfortable enough that they're not going to get spooked or they're not going to like damage something or themselves. And you make your way onto the passenger car where you hear as you feel a shudder as the train departs. Ambiance.
Do-do-do.
Alright, and so, after a few hours, you're able to make your way to Port La Montagne in the early morning. As the train comes to a stop. With some assistance from the engineers, they unload your steeds as you have arrived at Port La Montagne. The air is salty, and you see several people going out to the fields to work the farms. Quite a few ships are taking off. A few ships are arriving as you kind of look into the port, and you see the docks are busy as ever. As you kind of make your way in through the gateway into the city itself. You have one last opportunity to do anything that you need to in Port La Montagne before you make your way towards Duskwood.
Mm.
No, nothing from Dain's end.
Mm. Talos has an idea, but he doesn't think he is. I don't think he. But Talos doesn't believe he has enough gold for what he's thinking of. If they have it.
Was he looking for a specific magic item, scroll, or?
It's a scroll, but like he's heard of adventurers using it to get out of like it's a scroll, a teleportation scroll, but it's like he knows how like those aren't very cheap. It's usually used to get out of like for adventurers if they find themselves in a situation that they like. I need to get out.
Let's see. You said it was a like a teleportation circle, or just the teleport spell itself?
I'm making sure I'm reading if it's the right one.
Because like the teleport is like a single action, like 6 seconds, whereas a teleportation circle requires like a minute and some prep work to get to create.
I think it's the first one.
So teleport. Yeah, you instantly transport up to 8 willing creatures of your choice that you see within range, or a single object that you see within range to a destination you select. If you target an object, it must be able to fit entirely inside a 10-foot cube, and it can't be. The destination you choose must be known to you and must be the same plane of existence. Your familiarity with the destination determines whether you arrive there successfully.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, I'm pretty, and those aren't. And Talos, from what his memory on, like with the stories his father would tell, like those trolls are not cheap.
Let me take a look.
At least from what he can remember, because granted, like time is different. It's like things have gotten. It's like, oh no, magic. Certain things of magic I've gotten actually quite easy. Like. It's like in the past, only those special advanced can use the dreaded powerful spell Fireball. Now even it's like a 5-year-old Fireball.
essentially, if you were able to, like, if you went to a place and specifically requested for it, a scroll of teleport would run you about 5,120 gold pieces, give or take.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit outside what Talos has. Wait, actually. One sec. Brain. Big brain moment.
Oh god, Talos is thinking, run!
It's like brain blood.
Get the bucket of water. His brain might start overheating. I cast Cone of Cold upon his head.
Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Ah! Actually, Talos does if the place still takes the card. Talos still has his card from the treasurer.
Mm. Well.
And it has 37,000 gold left on it.
This is Portland-Montagne where you got the card initially, so...
Yeah. Talos is gonna try, tell the other to hold up for a second. He's gonna grab something very quickly and run off to the magic district.
I thought we were... Well, he's gone.
It's like he's running with a purpose. Like it's like Talos is booking it. He's trying to get there as fast as possible to get back as fast as possible.
Right.
Oh, by the way, Talos would, like last night during the night, he would Talos would, had taken off the his gloves so he could attune with the cloak.
Alright, so he's no longer attuned with the gloves of swimming and climbing.
Every time I wear those, do I have to attune with them each time, or?
Well, yeah, that's what usually happens with all magic items that require attunement. Is essentially if you want to, like, you can still wear them, but if you aren't attuned to them, which requires at least a short rest, you aren't able to access their magic.
Okay. Just double checking that.
So, as you make it to a nearby magic shop and you inquire with them, you do find that they, in fact, have a single scroll of teleport. And it is very rare because it takes quite a bit of magic to create, so they do tell you that it costs 5,120 gold in order to give it to you.
And Talos gonna pull out the card from the treasurer,
which they will happily accept, and they will explain to you the dangers about it. Now, you must remember that this here is a very powerful teleport spell. Now, you will be able to transport yourself and up to 8 other willing creatures that you can see anywhere that essentially you could think of. Now, mind you, depending on how familiar you are with that location will determine your success, especially as you're obviously a paladin and not a wizard. So, if you're only trying to get to a description of a place that you're familiar with, that you're trying to teleport to, failure rate will be about 50%.
But if it's somewhere I've been multiple times, it will be more like an 80 to 90%.
Oh, very much so. If you're very familiar with the location, essentially you only have a 25% fail rate.
Very well. This will definitely come in handy for emergencies.
Now, if there's a like a teleportation circle that obviously you are associated with that you know of, you're able to get to that teleportation circle using a teleport spell 100% every time.
Well, normally I would probably go with the more safer option, but this will be much quicker for emergencies. We'll have to take the risk.
I mean, we do know a teleportation circle.
Technically, I mean, you know about, like, you would probably be able to connect that to the portal arch that is located just like south of Duskwood, as well as the one over in Lancaster.
Yes.
As to whether this will work for that, I mean, you'd have to test it out to know for a fact, but it is possible.
Well, Talos is gonna pay. That's that was 5,000 what gold?
120 gold.
All right.
So remember that, like, depending on like how familiar you are, you could be off target. Now, the chance of that happening could be interesting. For example, say if you try to travel like 120 miles away, you might instead be off by like maybe 18 miles, 20 miles. Like, you could get close, but you might be off target by like a decent area. Similarly, you might even end up in the wrong place entirely, where if you end up in a similar area because of the spell, say you're heading here towards Port La Montagne, you're like, I want to go towards the port. Well, you might say end up in, heaven forbid, Antiva, which would be very, very inconvenient. Or you might even end up in Ravenscrest, for all you know.
Thank you very much for your assistance.
Now, in case there is a terrible mishap, so even if you're very familiar with something, with your inexperience, there is at least a 5% chance that you could have a mishap with this spell. The unpredictable magic of this will result in a very difficult journey. Upon, like, moving yourself across space and time, each of the individuals, yourself included, that are being teleported to a location, if you have some sort of terrible mishap, you will take an immense amount of damage, both mentally, physically, like, your whole, like, you'll take a terrible amount of damage upon, like, trying to teleport if this mishap occurs. Not to mention, you never know where you could end up as well. Like say, for example, you might be thinking about teleporting here to the city. You may end up teleporting yourself into a wall, which obviously, as you can imagine, would be very, very painful. Along with destroying the wall, you would also, like, perhaps like, fall and, like, hurt yourself, have things fall on top of you. Any number of things could happen if you have a mishap. This is basically my legal disclosure that I cannot be responsible for any life, limb lost in the use of this teleport scroll. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Talos is gonna start and quickly making his way back to the group.
Yeah, you make your way back to the group as they are all hanging out on the east side of Port La Montagne. To which the three of you've been hanging out for about a good 10-15 minutes at the gate when you see Talos making his way over to you.
I thought you said you were ready, Talos.
So just a last-minute thought I had for, like, thinking out, like, if we had unfortunately get caught, we need a quick means of escape. I thought about I remembered my father's old stories of his younger days. I hold up the scroll. His original leader of his group used one of these, and it got them out safely. A scroll of teleport.
Aye, well, that's
We get-
interesting.
As long as everyone's with a decent, not too far away from me when I use it, they can get us all out of there instantly.
Very good.
Well, I make sure to put it make it sure it's nice, safely put away, and hop up on Ares. Alright, then let's be off then.
Alright, as you all mount up on your steeds, Dain, you summon your particular steed.
Yes, I shall summon the owlbear.
Treth, as you see this for the first time, you watch as Dain kind of waves his hand, and an angelic-looking owlbear just suddenly materializes onto the ground.
What the fuck? As Treth will immediately just pull out his sword.
Hey, no need for that. This one's on our side. Well, my side anyway.
As you watch as Dain pulls out an unusual-looking, like, saddle from his bag and puts it over the top of this owlbear.
Are you sure it's on our side? Because, I've seen owlbears do things, and I'd rather not have that happen again.
Oh, it's, completely loyal.
The owlbear looks at you.
You know, I think it's about time I give you a name. Can't just keep calling you the owlbear. You know, I think I'm gonna name you Terran.
As it looks at you, Dain, you hear telepathically as it goes, I approve of this name. I shall carry it with honor. Whereas the rest of you all here just looking at him and just...
I'm gonna kind of just like scritch the bottom of his neck.
And so with that, you have Terran mounted up properly as you all head off into the wild.
Yeah, very nice.
Alright. Make it a decent distance before noontime comes around. You're feeling pretty good about things. Let's see here. Okay. As your trip tends to go well, you pass through a couple of things of trees, see fields. You pass by the one area that Dain and Talos will remember as that one village that uses an illusion of a dragon to help try and keep bandits away.
Is the illusion still there?
Not this time of day.
Ah, fair.
And so as you pass by, you can see where you camped previously as you continue to ride and make your way through. Eventually, nightfall coming, as you know that essentially from where you are at, it would take like if you come to a point essentially where you need to either stop for the night or you could try and ride hard and make it to Duskwood with over half the night, as you're about roughly another 8-hour ride to Duskwood at this point. About 6 hours. 6 hour ride, I would just say, actually. I'm going to make my measurements. So you're about 6 hours of a ride away from Duskwood. As night has fallen, what do you all do?
Best we try to find a good spot to camp.
Hey, probably for the best, or else we're going to wear ourselves out, especially if there's a fight upcoming eventually.
Agreed. So I'm gonna start looking around for a good place to sleep.
Dain, good to have you back. And so, as you all kind of look around, Treth, this is fairly unfamiliar territory. As you're looking around, it's kind of hard to see where a good spot would be. To your right is essentially an outcropping of the ocean itself. You can smell the salt water very strongly. You can see the lights of some ships off in the distance as they're making their way across the water. And to your left, partial fields, partial forests, making it a little difficult to see anything that could be useful in particular. And Talos, you're having about the same difficulty. As it's getting dark, your eyesight is not nearly as it's not serving you fairly well. You feel like there might be a couple spots that could be decent, but it's hard to tell. Hey, Greyhound, were you going to roll anything? Or are you just going to trust the others to find a camp? Ryan, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Is that a no then for rolling survival?
Mm.
It's up to you. I mean, if you just want to be riding along with them, that's perfectly fine as well.
Yeah. Greyhound's not gonna be doing anything crazy.
Alright.
For once.
Alright.
And so, as you all continue to ride, eventually Talos, you see a spot and you're like, it's fairly flat with a couple trees nearby it. Could be as good as any, as the cold air begins to press upon you.
Oh, this is as good a place as any. Set up. Start to make sure to lash the horses down. Now where they can both get some, if there's any grass there, they can get some of that, but but it's also secure, and then start getting the tents set up.
Very good. And so, setting up camp, you've done it several times before. It's no trouble. Now, did Treth have his own camping gear with him, or is he basically sharing with the company?
No, he has his own camping gear. I mean, at least I would assume so, considering that he is mostly a solo adventurer.
Yeah. So
I'd assume he has his own gear.
Right, is he gonna set himself up and everything?
Yep.
Very good. And so, Dain, Talos, and Greyhound, you all work together to set up your usual camping gear, while Treth also assists, but he sets up his own stuff. Were you going to make a fire?
Yeah.
Was that a yes?
He's yeah, Talos I think it's set up fire.
No, Talos, no need, as Treth kind of just snaps his finger and casts Create Bonfire.
As you started to collect some wood and we're getting some timber ready to make some wood. Yeah, this just kind of pops up as he snaps his hand.
Oh, well, that's a neat trick.
Aye, quite useful for when you're adventuring by yourself.
Hey. Might have to teach us that one day.
Yeah, possibly. We'll see.
Talos is like he's trying to mimic the same thing like that he just saw you do. Just
So, this bonfire essentially fills up a 5-foot area. Anyone that's nearby can feel the nice warmth from it. It's concentration up to a minute.
Well, yeah, I'd only keep start the fire. Still gonna need firewood, but it's a lot easier than trying to sit there and rub sticks together to get a fire going.
So, imagine you all work together to make sure that the fire stays going after the minute.
Yeah.
Noting that as you within that minute, as you're starting to feed it and make it that it feels really hot. Like, if any of you were to have this thrown on you, or if you were to accidentally fall into it, you might take 48 points of fire damage.
jeez.
Coming from him, it's a surprisingly hot fire, and makes the cold, cooler air basically just melt away real fast. And so, as it gets later, you do in fact have to go to bed for the night. Were you going to have a night watch?
No need. Treth doesn't sleep.
Well, do you want to have that interaction with him? As this is kind of the first time you all are spending the night, in the wild for a night watch, because I'll let that unfold. Go.
Talos starts just getting some sticks out for when it's anyone want to make a draw for the night for the watching the night watch?
Why?
To keep guard during the night.
I don't sleep though. Thought you guys realized this on the train.
Wait. You don't sleep? That's...
No.
Huh.
I mean, I need to sit down and just kind of relax for a while to feel rested for the next day, but I don't sleep.
It's interesting.
Talos is still kind of looking at you for you don't sleep.
It's an interesting development. But, yeah. Well, did you want to take the watch then? Or at least part of it?
I'll take the entire watch. Like I said, I don't sleep. I'm just gonna be sitting around here looking at things, I guess.
Hey, fair enough.
Well done.
That might be another trick you teach us.
I don't think you're gonna be able to learn that one, but maybe.
Probably not.
So, as you all go to bed, it's just Treth for the night watch. Go ahead
Yes.
and roll me perception check as you keep an eye out for the night. 14. As the night grows on, you proceed to keep the fire up and going, adding some wood here and there, sometimes using your bonfire spell to kind of flare it up every once in a while. You keep an eye out around the surrounding areas, keeping a strong vigil through the deep black of the sea, which you can still hear the waves from the distance that you're at. In the far, far distance, you see several lights moving across the water, assumingly ships on their way to and from Port La Montagne. You tend to check over in that direction towards the road every once in a while, just in case something or someone might be traversing the road. But you tend to keep a sharper eye in the slight trees and fields behind you, as you feel that you're a little exposed but as you keep an eye out, you don't notice anything in particular that could be dangerous. You hear some coyotes yelping and hammering off in the distance as they make their way away from the camp. At this point, there's a few bugs like you can hear chirping here and there, but the cooler fall air upon you, you can see that many things are perhaps going into hibernation. As you were traveling before, you already had noticed quite a few leaves of the trees had started to turn into various colors of yellow and orange, signs that fall and autumn were approaching.
Very good.
Eventually, through your vigil, as you get to the morning, everyone benefits from a long rest.
Very good.
As now you are all currently on the 29th of Alliot.
Well, morning everyone. How was your night watch there, Treth?
Uneventful. Just had a nice chat with the wife, and that was about it.
Very fair enough. Nothing out of the ordinary out there?
Not that I saw, at least. Or didn't hear anything, so should be going good.
Nice.
As you all start to pack up camp, make sure to write off a ration for the day.
Russian.
As you then mount up on your steeds and you make your way down the road once more.
On the road again.
All right. As you continue on the pathway southwest or southeast, eventually you notice around the bend of the ocean, up ahead in the distance, you can see the walls of a familiar town. A few ships currently docked at its newly built port. As you all see in the distance the city and the town of Duskwood. As you approach the sun high in the sky as it comes to be about noontime, you make your way through the fields where you see that the pathway gets a little bit tattered and a little more unkempt, as you can see like scorching piles of ashes spread out around the fields around you, as well as like some marks and indications of battle constant all around. Broken arrows, you see some broken weaponry, dark spots on the ground where perhaps blood had been shed. As you all proceed to make your way up towards the gates.
Yeah. Well, the city's, well, town's grown a bit since we were last here.
I take it this is the place.
Hey. It was definitely a sight when we originally came here.
big old meteor fell out from the sky.
And as you look around, Treth, at the situation, like, it's hard to imagine, like, you're not terribly familiar with celestial bodies, but I mean, you know that generally, if like a meteor is something that tends to be large and fast, and like if a meteorite had hit this place, you would imagine it would be mostly leveled.
Kretz is gonna kind of just pat his sword real fast and kind of turn to Dain or Talos, whoever is closer, and be like, you guys had a meteor hit this place, right?
Hey.
Yeah.
See that church over there? And I kind of point off towards the central church where Maldraxxus was buried under.
I.
Yeah, it pretty much landed smack bang on that. Smack bang on that.
Okay. How is it still standing?
Oh,
Well,
that was an amazing turn of magic, though.
Hey, I believe we got what was called a wish spell, and well, used it to repair the town. And bring everyone back to life as well, because, well, the inhabitants kind of maybe all got murdered.
I see. Alright. And
There
here I
was
thought Greyhound was gonna be the weirdest thing at the party.
Oh no, there's a lot of weird stuff that we've either been directly in charge of or have encountered, or
I see that.
meteor was just the start of it. I mean, at least it's not as weird as a 40-year time jump. That was fun to find out. But either. Let's go and pop our heads in.
As you get close to the walls, an arrow flies from the building, from the walls, and lands about 10 feet away from all you. Shoop! As a voice calls from within, "State your business. If you be undead, prepare to get smited. Otherwise, you better have a damn good reason for coming out here."
Comet's company. We're here on a mission to just help destroy Maldraxxus.
You hear some kind of mumbling from side, and then you see a head pop up from the wall. I'll be damned. It is them. Open the wall gates.
Ah yes, open the wall.
The wall literally opens up, like you were saying.
It just starts floating.
And so you watch as one of the kind of the rough wooden gates of the wall proceeds to kind of open up, just towards the inside, allowing you passage within.
As we're going towards it, Dane's gonna take the arrow out of the ground and bring it over to the guard who shot it. I believe you dropped something.
Ah, yes, thank you. Sorry, a precautionary thing, a warning shot, if you will. Can't be too careful of anything and anyone that approaches the walls.
Oh, understandable. Just please don't shoot towards us again.
Well, you're still quite a distance, so it's hard to tell who you were, so apologies, sir.
Oh, no, it's understandable.
I'm sure that Garrosh will be happy to see that you have arrived.
Hey, well, here's hoping anyway.
And so, as you all kind of make your way in, a few people kind of give you a wave. Treth, as you walk through this town, you can see that like the buildings are very much kind of like rural, very kind of like not very modernized to the cities and towns that you're familiar with. It's definitely kind of more of a backwater town that essentially definitely does not seem to be like the most hopping place. All around, you can see that there's a few individuals that are in simple, like, peasant wear, garments and clothes that indicate that they try to do some work, but there's very few of them, and the few that you do see are looking miserable, very sad, very unhappy. There's a majority of individuals in armor, weapons at their side as they're kind of marching about, going along. If Trest has ever like been around any sort of military operations, it would feel very similar to the situation here, but morale in the area seems to be very low. A lot of the buildings are intact, though you can see several have like black marks in certain spots as if maybe they temporarily caught fire. As you go deeper into the town, though, like it becomes fewer and fewer, but eventually you do come up towards what appears to be some kind of temple, church of some kind. That you see that there's a lot of individuals kind of going about here and there. As you see as Dain and Talos proceed to make their way up towards the temple. I guess, if you want, you can give a religion check, Trest, to recognize what temple this could be towards. A 17? It's easy enough to recognize from the iconography and some of the stained glass that remains on this building. This is most definitely a temple to Tyr, god of justice.
Very well.
As you all make your way in, a couple of the guards at the entrance of the temple kind of stiffen up and give you all a salute as you enter. And upon heading inside, you can see a very familiar sight from when last you were here. The pews have been kind of either turned over and used as like places to be used as tables for plans. Several are being used for seating arrangements. At the very end of the of this temple, you can see that before where you previously were, there was like the other captain of the guard that was essentially covering while Garrosh was gone. Now you can see Garrosh is currently at one of the tables, just kind of like sitting, feet propped up on the table, just kind of seemingly maybe in a nap. As a few others are just kind of like discussing amongst themselves and pointing at a parchment on the table. As you kind of approach a few of them, just kind of like hear the noise of footsteps, kind of look over at you all, and after a moment, we see one of them about to raise a finger and be like, "Pardon me," and suddenly they're like, "Sir Dain, Sir Talos, what good tidings that you are here. Welcome back to Duskwood."
Hey, good to be back. It's been a while. Town's definitely gotten bigger since we left.
We've been holding out best that we can, although the siege has not gotten any lighter. I fear that we're due for a much larger assault any day now. We're trying to make plans to work against it. Garrosh here has been absolutely instrumental in showing that we have everything that we need, as he kind of points over, and you can see his Garrosh kind of takes his feet off the table. He kind of stands up a little bit, staff in hand. His wear is very intriguing as, well, I guess I can, let's see. I mean, because we've had this picture before, but I think it's been a couple years since you all probably have seen it. Let me forward it in. Oh, come on. Town hall. Let's just do town hall. Boop. All right. There you go. So if you head to town hall, you can kind of see an image of him. Essentially, what kind of looks to be a half-orc or an orc, with a bit of a more pinkish, redder skin, wearing some kind of more traditional leather and cloth, like good, like clothing. You see on his shoulder as he kind of stands. It unfurls his wings as he has his pet black, like, pseudo-dragon on his shoulder. It has been some time. Welcome back.
How did that? Looks like your eyes are holding up well.
Best we can. I brought in a good portion of my personal weapons supply to get these men at least some equipment they can use to fight off this rabble. I must say, the movements are concerning to me.
We're actually planning on a little bit of a undercover recon ourselves.
You don't say. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'd go with you to join in the fun myself, but I kind of need me here to help ensure that the townsfolk in the town stay secure.
Understandable. They're the most at risk, after all. Anything of note to report, though?
Well, the reason as to why we think that we're getting set up for a big assault. We've had several waves attack the walls in all directions, but the amount of bodies we've seen coming are getting fewer and fewer with each wave. And I know for a fact that it is highly unusual. They're certainly not running out of bodies to use. Has me thinking they're holding back their forces, keeping us under constant threat, trying to weaken us, tire us. Meanwhile, those that they're holding back, they're growing in strength to launch a massive assault.
That is definitely concerning.
Not good.
Problem is, we don't even know what direction from. We can assume the south, as we've heard a few reports, and we sent a few scouts down south to try and figure out if we can find some sort of staging location, camp, whatever, but well, those that we've sent south have not returned.
Well, with any luck, we'll be able to get some more intel. We ran into someone that was apparently wanting to assist the cult on our way, but we dealt with them, and now we know not only the possible location where they might be going, but also we might, with a little bit of magical influence, we might be able to sneak in without any of them knowing.
Kind of cocks an eyebrow a bit. Now that is something. We'll put our trust and faith in you. You served us well before when you helped save Duskwood from their first incursion. have full faith that you'll pull through on this one.
Here's hoping. And if luck would have it, we'll end up removing the force that is possibly coming over to the town.
Now that would certainly be a blessing. Especially if we could break this damn siege. These men around here, they ain't quite built like you and I. They got families they're trying to head back towards, not to mention they get tired a little more easy. I can tell when I look into their eyes. If we were to get a full-on assault, this town would get overrun.
We'll have to just make sure that doesn't happen.
If you do manage to find that location and infiltrate it, well, if you get some sort of sign or word to us here in the town, we could potentially try and gather up a force to make an assault on that place and try and clear it out. Be a bit of a risk, leaving only a few men to defend the town, but if we can at least have a good guarantee of where they are and we can knock them out, well, it wouldn't need to really be much of a requirement to defend the town, eh?
Whatever we find there, we'll be sure to report it right back to you.
Wonderful. I'll have the men proceed to get some extra defenses up, and we'll make ready in case we need to march out to join you.
Sounds like a plan.
Your other dragonborn seems to have gotten smaller.
Oh, no,
Something worse,
this...
Dallin?
Dallin's not my name.
Yeah, this is Greyhound. Dallin is on a separate mission.
Ah, gotcha. Then I would assume then that Milo didn't magically grow like 3 times his size and have turned his hair silver.
Yes, I am Milo.
Talos is just kind of chuckling and shaking his head.
He got a 16.
No!
And that's before I even added any modifiers. Uh-huh.
No, my name is Trest Frostwoods. Milo hired me to accompany them.
Milo in the hiring business now. Interesting. I didn't think the
Milo's-
squirt had the money.
He's quite the venture capital. He's become quite the venture capitalist.
Most intriguing. Well, I am Garage Hellscream. And I'm essentially acting captain of the guard of the defense here at Duskwood.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
How is Varys doing, by the way? Been a while since he departed here.
He's doing much better than when we first found him. There was a bit of an incident over down near, oh shoot, the name just went out of my head.
Blackheart Haven.
Near Blackheart Haven.
Can't say I'm familiar with that town, but appreciated that you managed to help him out.
There was an incident with a plague that was being spread out there, and he'd gone to try to figure out how to stop it as well. And we have a pretty good idea that there's probably one of Maldraxxus's plans.
That wily snake is spreading his talons all across the land. We're trying our best to hold him here, but he's still somehow slippery enough to get past and scheming
Not just
elsewhere.
not only there, but farther before when we were out on our journey out under Dracul as well. We also got some intel as well. Apparently, he's trying to make more recruits with other powerful figures like the pirate lords.
That would be most distressing. We've been able to prevent any of the troops that have been trying to travel in from the north from making their way south towards whatever gathering is going up down there, but if they're in line with the pirates, they could just use a ship to get past our, just not even come near us.
I believe that's why they've been attacking, mainly coming from the ground. For earlier escapades, when we might have put in a power vacuum, and the pirate lords may be at each other's throats.
That would be
With the death of Dread Rod, especially after the death of Dread Rogers.
Yes. Without him organizing things around here, it certainly will make things difficult for them. Unfortunately, there's still that threat of Black Wolf towards the south. We've long known about his stronghold south of here, but fortunately we're far enough west of that particular side of the ocean that besides transporting, they're not able to really provide much naval support. And if they wanted to try, they'd have to travel a long ways around the continent in order to reach us.
We may be dealing with him as well, at least Dain will.
Aye. Well, we probably should deal with all the pirate lords at some point.
But first, let's deal with the undead.
Aye. One problem at a time.
Whatever you want to do, though, that's of course you can stay as long as you need to here in Duskwood. It's about noon, afternoonish now, so you only have a few hours before nightfall at this point. Maybe 5 hours. You probably get a decent ways, but obviously, even on horseback, it'd be mighty dangerous to try and camp out there, especially as you're getting closer to whatever encampment that lies out there. I gotta go and prepare the defenses of the town as nightfall is coming. No doubt there will be another assault tonight, but hard to say how big it will be. If y'all wish, you can feel free to join us on the defense. Always happy to have a few extra hands. But otherwise, we'd probably be able to handle it.
With the blessing of the gods, we'll be able to get this mission over with and stop this before any more damage is done here.
Here's hoping. We'll get it done.
God's willing, I know you will. Or, I guess for you, ancestors willing, as he gives you a wink, Dain.
Hey, ancestors willing.
Now, I gotta go prepare the defenses. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. I believe, with some generous funding from that Milo of yours, you do have yourself a tavern here that you can stay at.
I didn't know he had one down here as well. They're popping up all over the place these days.
You stayed in it last time you were here.
I wasn't here that session.
Ah. Fair enough, fair enough.
I might be able to remember it. There's too many Comet's landings. Not that I'm complaining.
Milo would disagree with that, but
Oh yeah.
And with that, you watch as Garash kind of gives the sands and makes his way out into the town to head towards the walls.
oh, Garash, one last thing real fast.
As he kind of turns and looks at you.
Where, if I were to help, where would you need me?
Along the walls, anywhere in particular. It's hard to say when or where the assaults will come, but like clockwork, they always come. They always seem to try and find some sort of weak spot in our defenses. So we tend to do a wide patrol along the walls to make sure that they don't find any.
Prep will just kind of nod to that.
So, with that, afternoon is yours as he heads off to prepare the defenses. What are you all doing?
That is the question.
Talos is gonna probably do a quick walk around probably the perimeter area, just like he's doing, just kind of looking at everything, making sure, seeing any areas that might look like they may need some additional support.
Sounds good. So you're just going around seeing what you can do with the walls?
Yeah.
And Dain?
Dain's actually going to head over to the blacksmith.
Ah.
See how he's been doing. See how things are going over. Well, just see how things been. See how he's been. Stuff like that.
Sounds good. And then Greyhound?
Greyhound's gonna. Sorry about that. Just give me a sec. Greyhound's gonna go. He's gonna go up to the guy. He's also gonna be asking where any place he could help out too, if he were to. It's just in case of an incursion.
Kind of get a similar response if they're not quite sure where, but just kind of being on patrol when night falls, being around any of the parts of the wall, and responding quickly to any pop-ups would be greatly helpful.
Okay. Well, I'd be willing to patrol the place as well if you need any more patrolmen.
I won't deny brave soul that will stand up to the undead.
Is that a yes? Grounds is gonna look very confused.
Son, that's a hell's yes.
Sure. Alright. As Greyhound looks very disgusted that he says hells. Alright, Greyhound's gonna go over to the outskirts of the town and just patrol, I guess, until nighttime, or until someone comes around to kind of relieve him.
Sounds good. So we have Greyhound and Treth on patrols, and then shacks here are currently seeing to some of the defenses. Was there anything in particular that you were going to try and do? Anything you had in mind?
I was gonna check out the any of the entry points, places that might the aquifer or anywhere like the drainage things from like that might be elite, that could be possible entryways, and kind of making sure there's at least something there that can either deter or at least alert if something tries to get near.
I gotcha. So you'll head basically towards the east side of the walls, where like a small creek that provides some drinking water to the town kind of flows through and then eventually deposits into the ocean. And so as you go there, you can see that there's some heavy metal grates that have been placed in particular that intersection of the wall. As you kind of have a look at it, go ahead and roll me an investigation check to determine to see how safe and suitable it is.
Investigation. Alright. I'm gonna use my lucky to re-roll that.
Alright.
Ten's better.
A 10. As you take a look, you can see that it's got some solid metal bars that are protecting it. It's a little different than the aquifer protection that you saw back in Anar Dracul when you all were working your way through it to get into the city and leaving, for that matter. You can definitely see that these metal bars, while they are steel, they're extra thick. There's not too many of them, allowing plenty of passage of water, but a creature wouldn't be able to crawl through unless they were really small, smaller than Greyhound. But even then, they'd have to be really thin. But you also see that they're attached directly to essentially the most common resource to building around here, which is wood. So it's a wood wall with obviously the metal bars it's slotted in to block entry and exit through this small little area. And as you look at the other side, you can see that the water's fouled up a little bit. Obviously, on the other side, you can see there's a few bodies floating in the water just on the other side, caught up in the rungs that people have probably not been able to go out to clear out just yet.
I was just thinking go over and look at other areas that might look like they could probably use some of that wood to reinforce defenses.
Sounds good. So as you go do that, Dain, you hear the sound of hammers as you approach the smithies. And as you get closer, you can see the fiery red hair and beard of a very familiar blacksmith that you know from all the way back, and you first kind of was getting started and you needed some new armor and weapons made for you. The visage of Flint Fighterbeard. As he's pounding down on his hammer on a few things. Ping, 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 ping. Ping, 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 ping. He kind of stretches inside a little bit as he wipes some of the ash and soot off his forehead. He happens to look around and then he sees you. Boy, my beard! What is that? Dain Blacksmire in the flesh?
Aye, that it is.
Ah! As he puts down his tools and kind of walks over to you to embrace you. Ah, my friend, cousin even. Ah, it's so good to see ya. What are you doing in such dark and dour parts such as this?
Hey, well, hoping to make it less dark and dour.
Oh, looking to get a little fight in here, are we?
Hey, and we're always looking for a bit of a fight at times. But
Every good dwarf worth their salt would be saying such. Ah, it's good to have you, laddie.
Aye. You been keeping well?
Aye. Plenty busy as always. As you can see, there's need someone here to run the anvil. Plenty of tools and plenty of arms and armour that are coming back my way that require repairing each and every day. Been trying, of course, to perfect my craft and make a few new ones as well that might give a nastier bite to them undead out there.
Aye, always good to hear.
Aye. Got to say, things have been feeling rather dour around here. I don't know if you noticed, but morale's been taking quite the bite around here. The constant attacks and no sign of any relief. It's, well, I can say even a sturdy dwarf such as us can even start to feel the pressure.
It definitely doesn't sound the best of times, unfortunately.
Aye. That would have managed to stick to our guns, per se, as one Dallin would say. And we're holding the line and keeping this town from being wiped off the map. Quite a few are wondering if perhaps it's even worth trying to defend here. To which I tell them, hey, if we don't hold them here, what's next? They're going to room up towards Port Lamontagne and attack some of your families up there. Hey, they might even make their way off the range to Sterma and all across Dundras. If we don't hold them here, then who else is going to hold them, huh?
And unfortunately, we can't be everywhere at once.
Of course not. That's why we'll be trying to do our best to stick it to them and bring it to Maldraxxus.
Hey, and from what I've been seeing, you guys have been doing a rather top-notch job. And
Aye, we've been doing the best that we can. It ain't easy, but we are prepared to fight to the last man, especially to deny any of those foul and dead the pleasure of turning us over to one of them.
Hey, well, hopefully it doesn't come to that.
Aye, hoping not as well, but of course, if it ever got to be that close, well, we'd be sure to, we'd be sure to not give them the pleasure.
Aye.
God's willing and tear behind us, we'll be sure that we'll be meeting him before we'll be meeting Maldraxxus.
Aye, that's a good spirit to have there.
Now, I don't suppose you came all this way just to say hello to me, but bring in some goods, perhaps your axe sharpened, or maybe a little dent dropped out your armor, which I must say, as he kind of takes a step back and looks at you, ye are killing that armor, my friend. That has got to be some of the finest dwarven make I've ever seen. Beauty! A work of art you will in there.
Aye, I appreciate that. It's my grandmother's.
Oh, I must say she must be awful proud to allow you to wear such an heirloom such as this. I dare say you could probably take the punch of a giant and knock and just walk it off.
These days, I've been doing that and more. There are not any giants, not yet.
Give it time. They've always tried to push us down as dwarves. That's why we've made specific stuff just to deal with the tall folk, eh? Gives you a wink.
Oh, aye. Oh, a friendlier in terms of giants clan them down at me home. But aye, time will tell if needing to have a word with them per se. But I am just stopping in to say hello. We're just passing through for the moment on our way to
Well, hopefully stick it to Maldraxxus a little bit, or at least his plans in the area. Making
Aye.
sure that you're doing alright and everything's going good. As well as it can be, anyway.
Aye, so you saying you're going after him then?
Hey, well, at least his plans. I mean, if he's down here and he's orchestrating everything, we'll definitely try our best to, well, stick an axe in him. Or three.
Aye. Well, hopefully for your sake he's not down here after all. With the amount of undead and how terrible they've been, I dare to wager what might happen if you're to actually meet the one behind it, especially if you didn't have yourself a nice dwarven army at your backs.
Hey, unfortunately, there's no army of kinsmen that I know of down here.
Aye.
But we've been doing pretty well as a group right now.
I'm glad to hear that, laddie. The rest of your lads are doing alright. Of course they are. I mean, they got you at their backs. They got nothing to worry about.
Hey, and I've got them.
I best be getting back to these repairs, yeah? I'm really glad that you came over to say hi to me. Really give me back some of that good dwarven spirit I've been missing. And perhaps if all goes well, I can meet you at the tavern tonight and we can share a drink.
Hey, I'd be down with that. Alright, well I won't keep you from your craft much longer.
Aye, best we get to it. I'll catch you later, Dain.
Have yourself a good one. And I'm gonna wander out. Go find the others on the walls and such.
Sounds good. Alright, and so, as you proceed to head to the walls, it's not too long before you can find your friends patrolling. You see is Greyhound is proceeding to make his way up and down the wall, keeping an eye out. Treth seems to be holding a strong vigil, keeping an eye out. Well, Talos is currently making his way up and down the wall, making checks here and there on the wall, seeing what could be reinforced and helping to hammer some in. As you kind of get closer to Talos, you can hear him mumbling something about wishing Dallin was here to do the woodwork.
I will hopefully we'll see him before too long. As I kind of just like pop up close to Talos.
Oh, hey, Dain. Sorry, I was wishing that Dallin was here. Using all the amount of scrap wood here, you can probably make that into a fortress.
Hey. Yeah, it'll be good to see Dallin. Him and Fradnir as well. They're apparently they're heading down this way.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to hold the fort here if they're able to get down here in time. We need to start making our preparations for on the next leg of our journey. We got the cloak that they wear to notify that Maldraxxus's people will identify each other by, so we can. I got the scroll.
And now all we need is, well, time.
Time. We've been thrown forward in time and use a wish spell to rewind an incident in time. So when you need it is when you aren't able to take control of it.
Aye, 'tis mortality, unfortunately.
Well, let's go. Try to get a little bit of rest. Hopefully, nothing happens tonight before we head out. Unless you're planning on heading out before it gets dark.
Probably not the best idea, especially with most of the day already being gone. Plus, plus the town possibly getting attacked.
That is true.
Best for us to stick around for a moment, see if we can do any disruption while we're here, and see if we can learn anything from the enemy.
As if there's any non-undead, you can see if we can capture them alive and interrogate them.
Hey, and also see if there's been any developments on their end as well. Be nice to know if we have any new forces to contend with before we run in.
Talos looks like he's looking off in the distance, but nodding to what you're saying.
You seem a bit lost in thought today, Talos.
Sorry, keep thinking of what my father would do if he was here, and also wishing I had some of my own companions from back home with me. Could be able to leave some of them here to grab the defense while we can go straight in. It doesn't matter. Let's get some food and rest and prepare for tonight.
I should probably go collect the other two as well.
Talos nods and then starts walking with Dain.
As you walk with Dain, you make your way over to Treth, I assume?
Yeah.
Treth you see as Dain and Talos kind of approach you.
Lads?
Treth, how's it going over here?
Same shit, another day.
Hey, it's about as well as any of us can do.
I mean, after everything that I've heard about this place, I'm definitely not complaining. That's for sure.
I was doing a quick recon of anything on the walls and the aqueducts, and luckily it's not big enough for anything to get through, but there's a lot of wood wood scrap that can be used to help fortify the parts.
You saying they were broken off, or
Broken, discarded, broken during the battles. Lots of it looks like from a lot of it's most likely from the people not being able to recover or move any of the larger piles due to all the sieges. Probably let the commander know and see if we can get some into at least probably might be able to salvage some of that wood and use it to reinforce any barricades.
I'm curious if any of it's from the original defenses. You remember when they had those what was it, the palisade walls up?
Could be. They did say they were being sieged almost daily, so those probably wouldn't have lasted more than a couple of battles, especially with a determined enemy.
Aye. Well, it's mostly I remember that a lot of the area was covered in that kind of like, was it like that decaying area of effect? I'm wondering if some of that wood is all rotten all the way through.
Well, we can always ask them. Where's like Talos gonna start looking around like, where's Greyhound?
That's just
A little
kind
bit
of shrug his
of
shoulders.
voices. Got a little bit of concern in his voice.
Is Greyhound with Treth?
Would he be? I mean, Treth was kind of holding position on one part of the wall to keep an eye out on things.
Greyhound will be moving around, trying to see other areas too. So, Talos, you feel a smack on your left ankle.
Oh, there you are. What have you been up to? Doing?
I've been looking around. Haven't seen anything so far.
That's good for now, but we'd all best be prepared. I'm going to go speak with the commander real quick, and then I suggest we all eat and get a little bit of rest.
No, I don't think I will.
Well,
Technically, you don't need sleep, right?
That is why I'm saying, no, I don't think I will.
Casey wonders.
Talos is going to start heading off to find the commander and ask him about the wood, if that's from the palisades, and if it might still be of use to reinforce anything.
Let's see. As you kind of go up to him, do you have some of the wood with you, or are you pointing out?
Yeah. I have a bit of it, like nothing big, but just like enough to like pretty much get my point. Like a piece of it, like, because I'm not going to bring back a whole big old slab of wood.
Just casually hucking like an entire log over your shoulder.
Well, technically I could.
As
What
you
was
kind of show
that?
it off, he'll kind of look through it and pick a few pieces out and go, we could use these here. It looks like they're still quite stable, but those over there, unfortunately, those look like they're too rotten to be quite useful.
Was it due to the decaying magic that we encountered before? Some of those creatures had some type of effect. Things started to rot around them.
I'm not too familiar with such things, but I mean, right here, he kind of pulls apart some of the wood and kind of holds it up. Like, what do you make of this? As he kind of holds it up to you, you can make me a Arcana or Nature check of your choice. 12. As you take a look at this, what was that?
No, I just said a 12. I was gonna say 12.
Okay. As you take a look at this wood, you can definitely see like the wood itself is on the mushy side. It's got some blackness to it. It's definitely not looking great. And from what it looks like, you're not too terribly familiar, but as you take a look, it almost feels like there might be something necrotic about it. It's hard to tell, though. It could just be just how rot looks. Necrosis could just be rotting, and maybe that's why this looks possibly necrotic. but you can't be sure with that sort of check whether or not like this is magically caused or if this is naturally caused.
It's definitely not probably be good enough to hold up for any type of defense. I still think we should gather whatever we can that's usable, at least. Any little bit of defense and that can put some barricade between those things and us will help. By the way, with what happened, were all the palisades destroyed and the other offensive walls?
Our main walls are holding strong, but some of the defenses we've set outside in the field have been destroyed. Some of the larger zombies have knocked them down on their way towards the gates, and a few others have just kind of gotten so overladen with the undead that they've kind of collapsed.
Has there been any word from the Ash March? Any more of the Ash Marchers coming through? Or have they been or are they pulled away?
We have a few good divisions that are still here within the walls helping to protect, but from what we understand, Elias is currently making some requests, and he's gone himself to make appeals regarding this severity of this mission, hoping to perhaps garner more attention.
I know right now the capital. When last time I was in the capital, a lot of the forces there were diverted due to the reports that we had about the Fey Forest being gone. Apparently, the capital, those in charge up there were more concerned about that their flank was exposed now.
Not surprised. I mean, the capital of Dundras, there's a lot of folk up there that no doubt have plenty of gold between them, and no doubt want to make sure that they are safe, rather than those of us that are out here making the gold for them.
At least at the capital, the commander of my order in the capital was, at least he understood the severity of what we're dealing with, but again, politics, as usual, mucking up the waters for everything.
Oh, yes. We'll be fine. Especially if we have good folk like you at our backs to help protect us.
I just wish that some of those pompous peons up there would realize the danger that not just themselves, but this entire world is in with such a creature out there. And the fact that they want us to capture him.
He kind of say he was taking a drink of a canteen, and he kind of spits them out when he say that. They want you to what?
Talos kind of just annoyingly nods, this is not from our command or any of our orders. This is from those higher up people. Politics again.
Are they
apparently they think
trying to contain an evil force such as that?
Who knows? They may want him for information, knowledge. Who knows? Personally, I'd rather just turn him to ash.
You and me both. He's an undead, and the only place the undead belong is right back in the ground where they belong.
There is one issue, though, that I've been pondering for a bit of while. Back when we were in Blackrock's Haven, we had run into a follower of Merkel, who was apparently trying to increase the effectiveness of the disease there. But he wasn't working with Maldraxxus. Apparently, he was actually trying to find a way to destroy Maldraxxus. But obviously, his methods were not conducive with our orders.
Sounds like one of those crazed mad doctors at work.
He wanted to use our good wizard friend, and apparently wanted to use him as a vessel, possibly, and then do something involving killing Maldraxxus that way, and for good. But Talos is kind of just
Eric.
You'd probably be nearby.
Yeah, Talos is kind of like Talos doesn't really understand the whole nuances of what his plan was. He just do like that's not gonna work for us, sir. And of course, with Maldraxxus being a lich, we'd have to put him down for good. And certainly has some type of phylactery somewhere. And finding that,
what the heck is a phylactery?
according to what we were able to learn, it's apparently something apparently some type of item or magically sealed something that he put his soul into to protect himself.
That doesn't make any sense. But what am I?
Appa-
I'm just a captain here at the wall.
It's apparently certain being liches and other people like that, they are able to literally take their soul out of their body and put it into something else and hide it away. So if their body dies, the soul, the minions can get his soul and put it back in together or something like that. A way to cheat death. Shows how much of a coward they are, not brave enough to face it in battle.
Wait, you don't think that phylacta whatever's here in town, do you? Is that why these undead keep attacking us? They're trying to get to that phylacta thing?
I don't think so. If it was, I know the Guardian would have at least alerted us to that, and probably would have insisted on more support to defend here. I think there's something that, and most likely there's something else here. Part of me worries that they're actually wanting more people to come here.
Now, why would they want that? I mean, honestly, we can't tell what exactly their plans are, but I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Well, a while back when we were in the lands what once was the Feywood, Anar Dracul, the false leader there was apparently allied with Maldraxxus, tried to use some type of magic to take control of the minds of people. Apparently his plan was to stretch it all the way back to the capital realms. Perhaps Maldraxxus is trying something different, but instead of mind control, he wants to gather as many people, strong warriors, kill them, and then kind of like just make a gesture of like, you know.
Ugh. I don't even want to think about such a possibility.
Yeah. This is just my at least from my surmises of what I've seen, is that he was planning on using the leader, Anar Dracul, to gather on forces and servants with mind control to bolster his forces. And now that that's failed, he's trying to scramble to make up some type of new plan. There's so many holes in this story, Alice kind of like bangs his hand on one of the surfaces, kind of like a frustration. It's like the picture's there, but you can't quite see all of it.
Well, I suppose that's because you just don't have all the information yet.
Speaking of Wisha, is the Guardian still back up at the church, right?
Yes, she should be.
Should probably speak with her before it gets too late in the night. Let her know that we're here.
I'm sure she'll be very pleased to see you.
Well, if anything happens before that, make sure to make as much noise as possible, and I'll come running.
Now, don't worry. The moment that we see any sign of undead, we'll sound the horn of alarm.
Oh, it's not. It's in like hold his hand out to grasp it, or like to shake it.
Yeah, it takes it, clasps you back, gives you a shake. Already feels. I feel a lot better knowing that you all are around here.
Strength and honor, my friend.
For Tyr.
Talos is gonna head out to go to the church.
As you do, Treth, give me a perception check.
14.
14. Because you're standing vigil at the wall, keeping an eye out, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
As you're standing out there at a vigil, you see some movement on the ground before you.
Do I see what's moving, or...?
Yeah, as you peer, the night has fallen, like it's like twilight getting to be like getting darker and darker. You kind of peer out. You see what looks to be a humanoid making its way towards the wall.
Is there any guards nearby?
Yeah, like interspersed them out like 20 to 30 feet down each part of the wall. You can see at least a knight like geared up with a crossbow, currently patrolling and keeping an eye out. As you take a look, it doesn't seem as if any of them have noticed anything yet.
Hey, can you shoot that guy over there? Or at least near him?
He kind of, as you point that out, the nearest guard, like, he takes a look out there, sees, and goes, very well. He takes the crossbow and shoots a bolt out to the ground near it, and it, as he shouts, "Halt! And state your business!" As you wait a second, you hear no noise as the humanoid does not stop as it continues to make its way towards the wall.
How close is it to me?
Let's see here. As I get a measure, about 85 feet away. 85, 95. Yeah, 95, it looks like.
All four of those hit?
Yeah, all four of those do hit.
Very well.
Ooh, boy, so that is 18, 20. Oh boy, okay, so you're unloading 2 volleys against this humanoid.
Yes.
Alright, so...
You'll start flying back.
No, I'm not gonna push him back. I'm just gonna shoot at him.
Yep.
He had his chance.
As you kind of aim your hand, you... The knight next to you, like, cowers down a little bit and goes, "Boy, the gods!" As you watch as, like, the humanoid thing, like, it's hit a few times, and you watch as an arm flies off, then a leg, and as it hits the ground, you continue to blast, boom, 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 until, like, there's nothing left but, like, a small crater.
I'm gonna turn to the guard next to me like, alright, he's gone. Carry on.
Hey, at least it makes sure that nothing comes, it's like it didn't answer, so... no chances.
He kind of looks at you and looks back and goes, "I'll say, I mean, there's nothing..." Wait, he kind of points his head out, or he, like, looks, covers his brow with his hand and looks outward. I don't know if you got him. I think I still see movement over there.
As I look out, is he still alive, or...?
Perception check.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. As you take a look, the one that you blasted to oblivion, like, that, it's gone, completely gone. But you see that something else has popped up, and but the Nat 20, as you take a look, you feel the blade at your side, like, just quiver, and you hear a voice inside your head that goes, "I smell death. Ugh, disgusting." And you immediately know that something's coming.
I'm gonna turn to the guard next to me, like, sound the alarms, please.
As Greyhound, you were a short distance, like, kind of towards the coast, as you're kind of making your patrols, when suddenly you hear a horn along the, not too far of a distance, along the southeastern wall. Talos, you're about halfway to the temple when you suddenly hear a horn behind you.
Uh,
Dain, what were you up to?
I was just chilling around, really.
Alright.
Seeing.
So you were making your way towards the Comet's Landing when you also hear that horn.
Most likely.
And back at the wall, as the knight starts to rally a few soldiers, you hear the knights kind of go, "Check the other parts of the wall! Southwest, southwest! We got it incoming!" And then you hear a few of them getting some crossbows out. As he the guy that was right next to you kind of looks at you, Treth, and goes, "Got any more of those in you?"
I'm just gonna look at him and be like, put him out.
Alright, get ready. Because I see that they're coming. They're gonna be slow, but fortunately, we shouldn't have too much trouble with them. Alright, so I'll say with this, we'll have one full round before, like Talos, Dain, Greyhound, are you going to be charging in at the sound of this horn?
Yeah, Greyhound's gonna be charging in.
Talos is gonna be as soon as he hears that, it's even though he wants to go to the church, he knows that this he has to this is a call to arms. So.
Alrighty. And so with that, as this call to arms comes, we'll have a full round to go before you will arrive. Alrighty, you should have visibility at this point.
Yes.
Alrighty. As a few of the knights are getting prepared. Let's have everyone roll initiative.
God damn.
Whew. Yep, you pointed out that the incoming zombies to the knights, and they are on top of things. This is their bread and butter. They're like, we were waiting for this.
Oh.
Woo, Talos, you are also ready to go. Holy cow.
Talos running to the church, here's the horns. Ah, shit, here we go again.
It's the horn of Gondor. Boromir is in need.
The beacons have been lit. Gondor calls for aid.
Alrighty, so Talos, you spend this turn making a dash action to get back to battle. Meanwhile, the knights prepare their volleys as they get out their heavy crossbows, and they're going to make some shots. Very nice. So one of them is two of them are going to miss, actually, with the 7 and 6 as they. One of them will hit this guy for 2 damage. And the nat 20. Woo! He's going to deal 12 points of damage to this guy right here. As this crossbow bolt just flies over and lands on this skeleton in particular, making it almost collapse in one blow.
Sorry, which one?
This one right here.
Okay.
And is shambling very slowly towards the wall. Meanwhile, back here, your eyes do not deceive you. You see something that's kind of larger and menacing, looking like it's aiming itself directly towards the gates of the wall. And now, Treth, it is your turn.
Very well. How tall is the wall here?
The wall in particular would be about 15 feet tall.
15 feet?
Mm-hmm.
How much damage do I take for falling?
Okay, so you're jumping down. Make me a dexterity saving throw. Ooh. As you jump, the knight in your right, he's like, what are you doing? It's safer behind the wall! As you just jump over, like, I got this, and then you proceed to, like, miscalculate how tall it is, and you will fall and take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground, and you're now prone.
Alright, I'm going to use the rest of my movement to stand back up.
Yeah, as you just kind of...
Okay.
I'm good, you say.
This is fine, everything's fine. Alright.
42, 28, 19, 15, 20. Pretty sure... Yeah, I mean... Because of the nat ones, those would obviously miss, but...
Right.
Realistically, not a single... Well, depends on which one you want to aim for, but one of these you could potentially miss.
Fair enough. First I'm gonna shoot this one.
Let me zoom out a bit. Which one?
The one up top that's closest.
Alright. And that's going to be... Okay.
6 damage, and also I'm going to push that back 10 feet.
Alright. 5, 10. That zombie is pushed back, and he's got not much health. As you kind of blast a hole into his side.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna shoot this one next, and also push it back 10 feet.
You obliterate him completely.
Fair enough.
As the skeleton just shatters into a bunch of bones. Just...
I'm just imagining the Lego death sound.
Yes.
I'm gonna shoot this one next, and also push it back 10 feet.
Alrighty. 9. Very nice.
Alright, let's see.
As that
That is
zombie
1,
gets
2, 3.
blasted back, it kind of gets up and ready to crawl forward.
Alright, and I'm gonna shoot this one again. And push it back 10 feet.
Alrighty. Still got range on that.
Oh.
Another
With this, it does not matter about the range, unless it is over 250 feet away.
Gotcha. You blast him back again, and the zombie just gets up as it's continuing to try and move forward.
Next is gonna be this one.
Alrighty.
Dang.
And also push it back 10 feet. And
Take out
last but
one
not
strike.
least, I'm gonna shoot this one and blast it also back 10 feet.
Right. Save some for the rest of us.
Alright, that one gets blasted back 10 feet. That one in particular looks like some sort of dog or wolf, like skeleton.
Neat.
Alrighty. As it gets moving back.
And that is my turn.
Alright. Greyhound, you spend your turn charging. And it's now the enemy's turn as they all are going to proceed to try and march their way forward. Okay, he's got a speed of 30, so 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 as he moves on up. He's got himself a short bow that he's going to proceed to... Yeah, he's got easy range. He's going to try and shoot one of the knights. And that one... Fantastic start, skeleton.
This bow snaps.
Actually, yes. It's a rotted old bow, and as he pulls it back, it just suddenly pring, and it just kind of holds it and just... as the skeleton proceeds to try and continue marching forward. The zombie here is going to proceed, try and go forward. 5, 10, 15, 20. And it's going to dash because it can't do anything else. 5, 10, 15, 20. And the zombie here will do the same. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And as for this skeleton here, he will move on up. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to see you, and he's going to attempt to shoot you, Treth.
Okay.
The 17 to hit.
Reaction shield.
Ooh. as an arrow gets let loose and flies towards you, you quickly hold up your hand, and mystical shield envelops around your body. Whoom, as it flies off. The zombie will dash here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And then this one here. Okay. The skeleton here looks a little more dog-like, but humanoid at the same time. And...
Oh god, undead werewolf.
Not
Undead
quite.
werewolf.
And it's going to make its way forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And let's see. It also has a longbow out. It's going to attempt to shoot at one of the knights for a 16 to hit. Let's see. What is their AC? Okay, that doesn't quite meet up there with their AC. So the guard ducks behind the cover, and the arrow whizzes by. Zoom! And then, let's see, what are you? Oh. Oh, okay. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So this was the one that looks more dog-like. This one is a more interestingly, as you take a look at it, Treth, as it's getting closer, you can see that the skeleton in particular has some similar garments to the knights that you saw up on the wall.
Okay.
It does not have any range capabilities, but it does have a great sword it's dragging behind it as the skeleton is making its way up towards the wall. Alrighty. And the zombie, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, as it makes its way up. And this wolf will move on up, as it will also dash. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 40 as it makes its way up here, as it charges this, as it didn't quite like you blasting it.
Oh, why not? Come on.
Meanwhile, the Minotaur skeleton proceeds to make its way on up as it charges. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 75, 80. Doesn't quite reach it, but as it is making its way headfirst towards this particular gate. And that's it for the enemy's turn. As Dain, you spend your turn making your way back, and finally making his triumphant return to the wall. Boop, we have Talos.
Alright, I'm finally there. Awesome. Alright, forward.
Boop.
Do a quick.
At the top of the turn order, those that were charging towards the wall make their appearance.
So I was gonna do a quick surveillance of everything around.
As you look, you can see that are undead making their way towards the wall. A familiar-looking Minotaur-looking skeleton, something that you've faced in the past, is currently making its way, looking to charge the gate itself. And you notice as you hit the edge of the wall, down below you see Treth currently taking the offensive from the ground. And what do you do, Talos?
I'm going to. I'm gonna try taking a shot with my vicious bow at the Minotaur.
All right, go ahead and shoot.
Let's see if I can get this. Where's the vicious bow?
That definitely hits. "12. Boom! As you take an arrow, you watch as it lands very solidly into the skeleton, knocking a few bones loose and cracking a few others. As you definitely deal some heavy damage there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and fire again.
A 30. Whoo! Yep, that definitely hits too. Jeez, another devastating 12 damage to it as you unleash a few arrows at it.
Alright, that's gonna have to be my turn.
Alrighty. With that, the knights, seeing this minotaur coming, 2 of them will target their crossbows at it. It's like, we gotta take it down before it attacks the gate. Both shots will make it. Alrighty, as they will deal 1 and 9. Wow.
Great job, guards.
As they deal 10 damage to the Minotaur. Meanwhile, the other 2, this one up here is going to aim at that zombie there. As he will shoot his crossbow. 16 will hit. Very nice. As he'll deal 3 piercing damage to that zombie. And this one here is going to aim at that zombie and try to shoot him. Ooh, that's not great. Rolling for severity. Ooh.
The turn order vanished off for me. There we go.
That was weird.
Thank you.
He's so nervous trying to shoot at this zombie that he ends up dropping his crossbow. And
which one was it?
Ooh. This guy down here at the bottom. He ends up dropping his crossbow, and it misfires, sticking him in the leg as he just suddenly drops to it, and he goes, "Ah!"
So, like, my head's gonna snap over to there just to see, Talos thinking that somebody got hit.
Yeah, as you look across the wall, past the gate, you can see down there the scream of agony. You see, like, one of the knights are on the ground with an arrow in his leg. Bleeding quite a bit. Alright, Treth, it's now your turn.
Very well. For my bonus action, I'm going to use one of my abilities and curse the Minotaur here.
Ooh, alrighty. Any saving throws or anything, or is this just like a hex?
Something like that. Yes, I'm using a hex on it.
Oh boy.
Ah, so close. Alright. First 2 shots are gonna go into the wolf here. I'm pushing it back. If they hit, I'm gonna push that wolf back on both the hits.
Let's see. 15 is your lowest blast there. Yeah. It will definitely hit it.
Okay. For 14 damage.
You obliterate it as those 2 blasts just take it out, just shattering its bones to the winds.
Very well. Other 2 blasts will go into the Minotaur and also push it back 20 feet if both hit.
Both will hit indeed. Go ahead and roll damage. 15, 20. As he kind of like jigs its hoofs into the ground as it kind of... as it takes the blast.
also, because that is cursed, it also takes
Additional
bonus
1d6.
damage. No. Bonus equals my proficiency bonus, so he takes another 12 damage.
Alright. So that is a total of 21?
Yes.
Very nice, very nice.
Then, I'm going to cast Action Surge.
Oh, heck.
And I'm going to solely target the Minotaur.
Oh, geez. With all those blasts?
All 8.
Oh, boy. Yep, and all of them will indeed hit. Go ahead and roll that damage.
And also he will be pushed back on all these hits.
Talos and Greyhound, as you're approaching, and Dain, you're watching, like, you can't quite see him because of the angle of the wall, but you're watching as a familiar beam of energy is suddenly colliding into this Minotaur here, the skeletal Minotaur, as it's getting pushed back every time. Just boom, 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 boom. As you watch as at every blast, a bone flies off, a tooth goes away, a hand, an arm, a leg, and then finally, with the last blast, you watch as the skull gets almost obliterated into a billion pieces. There's no chance for this Minotaur to ever come back, as it...
So I take it dies.
Yes, it very much does.
Very well, because it died, I also regain hit points.
Yep, you get 67 temporary hit points.
No, not because of that. And also, isn't that only because of my sword?
Oh, right,
I get
right.
that?
You didn't kill that thing, so... Okay, yeah, you get something else then.
Yes. So I'm back at full.
Yep. Alright, and is that the end of your
Missed
turn?
That is the end of my turn.
Alright, Greyhound, you're up.
Alright. 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna jump down. 20. 25. 30.
Wait, Greyhound doesn't have to roll a dexterity saving throw to fall down?
He does, he does.
Yeah, that's why I paused. I was waiting for you to say something.
So give me that dexterity saving throw.
Alright.
Now on, please.
Look out! Oh, fuck you, man.
Technically, you rolled that before he said that. Oh, dear. Ready? You will be taking 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground. You're a little smaller and you have a little bit less mastery, so you don't hit the ground nearly as hard as Treth does. But Treth, you watch as Greyhound jumps over the wall to join you. You watch as he almost like Eagle Faith dies, just like, and then just his foot catches at the last moment and he tumbles down and hits the ground prone.
Alright, I get up.
You have to take half of your movement to get up, so...
Have my movement. Alright, I'll dash.
Action to dash? Or bonus action?
Yep. Bonus action.
Alright. You rogue, you.
Alright, and I'm gonna do 4th level magic missile.
Ooh.
Actually, no. Can I use catapult on myself?
On yourself?
Yes.
Hang on a sec.
Do you weigh enough for that?
Choose one object weighing 1 to 5 pounds
I don't think,
within range.
I don't think I do.
Worn or carried. So it has to be something that isn't being worn or carried, so you cannot, unfortunately, catapult yourself.
Yeah, alright.
Also, you're too heavy.
Yeah.
There could be plenty of stones and wood nearby if you wanted to fling one of those.
Nah. I'm gonna cast ice knife.
Ooh.
feet.
Ice, baby.
10,
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Alright, so for Ice
This
Knife,
guy. We use it on him. And let me see. I might have to write everything down for that too. Dang, I got a lot of spells I gotta write down. Okay. It's gonna be a 3rd level. Plus, it's a +9.
you create a
to
shard
do
of ice and
base
fling it at one
Pokemon.
creature within range to make a ranged spell attack against
Yep.
the target. And which target are you aiming at?
+9. This dude right here.
It's one that looks like a skeletal version of the knights that you were right next to up above.
Yes, does a 17 hit?
A 17 does indeed hit. As you fling an ice at him, just
Nice.
shoot! And so, go
3rd
ahead
level.
and roll.
So,
You said you're doing it at 3rd level?
yes.
Alright. So,
3rd level, so it's 1d.
so,
Oh, on a dexterity save fail.
so go ahead and roll 1d10 piercing
So-
damage, and he's going to make a dexterity saving throw. What's the DC?
That's my dexterity saving throw is 17.
Ready? No, your DC is 17.
Yes,
I got a 4. So it will take
got 4.
2, 3, 4
4d6.
Yep, 46.
Yes,
cold
46.
damage.
So 1d10 first. That's the piercing damage. Then 46 cold damage. And there's no addition to that. 13 cold damage.
Ooh, spicy. As the ice hits the skeleton knight and explodes. You watch as some of its armor flies off as it continues to march forward.
Alright, and since I used half of my movement for the dash, I have a little bit more. How much do I have more? I have... Where's my base movement? It's not 30. I think it's 40 or 35. Speed 40, yeah. So, I have about 20 more. 5, 10, 15, 20. Alright. That's the end of my turn.
As you march forward out further into the field, it is now the enemy's turn. One enemy in particular enters the field of view. There's what looks to be kind of a zombified giant of some kind is starting to make its way up. And Greyhound, you're close enough at this point. Give me a perception check.
Reception.
14. You see that, aside from this large guy, this force of the zombies and the skeletons before you seems to be what is here, but there does appear to be one more humanoid that is a little distance behind this larger foe that has disappeared. It appears to be of normal humanoid size, but it is on its own currently making its way towards the battlefront as well. With your
So I only
14.
can see that's a humanoid, there's nothing else?
Yes, you only see a
Okay.
humanoid, normal medium-sized humanoid.
Okay.
Especially for the distance and for the amount of distractions that are in the way. Anyway.
Can I also make this perception check by chance?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and let you make it as well. A little bit further behind. A 16. You're also able to see this other humanoid past this larger ogre zombie thing, and you're able to see a little bit more that's whatever this figure is, it's medium humanoid shaped, and it's moving at a normal pace, but it does seem to be armored.
I'm gonna roll as well because of my how high up I am.
Go for it.
But-
Meanwhile, 5, 10, 15. This zombie makes it to you, Greyhound. It's going to punch you with a 17 to hit.
Let me see.
14, you get the same as
17.
Greyhound, Talos. You see like only one other opponent about to enter this this field of battle, and it is a singular opponent. You're not able to see too much. Medium humanoid.
Reaction. Shield.
Ooh, you're gonna shield.
Yep.
The wall's blocking Dane's view.
Shall I
Now
find
the
you
wind
a
picks
box?
up and your beard just goes up into your face.
Shall I find you a box? Or shall I describe it for you?
I think I'll take my chances.
Oh,
As it slams
I
at
thought you
you.
were talking about me.
No, I'm talking about the one that got a nat 1 behind the wall. I'm making a Helm's Deep reference here.
Gotcha.
Shall I describe it for you? Would you like me to find you a box?
Now I remember the scene. God damn it. I need to remember stuff better.
Alright, and so as you, Greyhound, as you watch this zombie just rolls up to you and it slams its fist down at you. You hold up your hand and what's-up? A shield pops up as it just boom, bounces off of you. Well, this here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This, this dog-like individual that has a spear in hand makes its way on up, and it sees you. It's going to proceed and try and stab at you with a 15 to miss, I imagine.
Yeah, it does miss, but quick question. When I do shield...
It lasts until
when I do
the beginning of your
shield...
next turn.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yep.
Thank you.
Alright, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This one here continues to make its way up towards the wall. It's going to use its bonus action to lunge as it sees you there, Greyhound. It's going to lunge at you and swing its greatsword at you as it gets an extra, like, up to 10 feet. As it swings down its greatsword with a 12 to hit you. As it
No.
swings down at you.
So,
Blow after
for
blow.
flavor... Yeah. For flavor, Greyhound is covered in ethereal chains right now, just spinning around, blocking their attacks.
I like it as you just like... And then this here... 10, 15, 20... 30... This one is going to proceed to try and shoot you, Talos. As it takes a short bow out and shoots at you for 17.
No.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. As this one charges and proceeds to try and make its way towards you, Treth. And 15, 20, 25, 35, 40. This one charges and gets up to the wall and is getting ready to lay siege to it. 5, 10. This one is going to proceed to shoot at the other knight. A 10 to miss as it... Meanwhile, this guy, he's on the second half of his dash as... Here's your character sheet, sir. There you are. Okay. He's going to move up that amount of feet. 5, 10, 15, 25, 30 as he's making his way up. Alright, and Dain, it is now your turn.
Ready. 5, 10, 15. You know what? I'm a. It's a dex save to drop off the wall, isn't it?
Yes.
I believe in you, Dain. You can do it.
Go down
We're
there.
2 for 2 already.
Talos is just looking at all of you guys jumping off the wall like,
You do, in fact, make it, so you'll be taking half of this. As you land on your feet, you'll be taking 5 points of like bludgeoning damage as you kind of land on your feet, and the weight of your armor and everything else makes you feel a few like groans and cracks in your muscles when as you just like boom, as you like you shudder a little bit, but you do not fall prone.
So would that basically count as? Actually, yes, it would.
superhero landing.
I'm actually going to use my Shieldmaster evasion reaction to basically do a roll and take no damage.
All right. Is that a reactionary thing?
Yeah.
All right. So with your reaction, as you see that you're about to hit the ground, like you look very epic as like Talos. You watch as basically Dain, Captain America, shields out, dives forward, and then uses his shield to hit the ground as he rolls and like gets back on his feet. Shield out, weapon at the hand, looking super cool. Like you've all
Nice.
seen like some of those like in the movie or something when Captain America like jumps through a window or something. Shield first. Or I guess in that one Captain America when he was an outlaw where he literally landed on his shield when he jumped out of that tall story building.
Yeah.
That was essentially like Dain, but Dain did a little more graceful. Alright, so what's your move now, Dain? You got your action and bonus.
Oh yes. I'm going to use my action to... You know what? This guy that's way up here. Gonna throw my shield at him.
Alright, go ahead and throw.
Yeah, he is... Standing by... Ba-ba-ba.
Twenty-four
It's a 24
definitely hits.
Takes 13 lightning. And I'm gonna...
Oh boy.
As the shield comes back, doing it again.
Oh, hang on. After you throw it the first time, it hits him, and that's a nat 1. His Undead Fortitude does not activate. You watch as your shield goes through and, like, slices its head off as the zombie then plops to the ground. Just...
Fair enough. In that case, I'm going to use my second attack to hit this skeleton here.
Alrighty, and a 16 will indeed hit.
Cool.
Captain America,
Let's-
shield! Shield!
What's with the purple line of 40 feet going on here?
I think Greyhound is planning on something.
Yeah, but right now I'm confused because why the hell? Look at this. That's not 40 feet. Not yeah. What the? That is not 40 feet. If this is 40 feet, that's not 40 feet.
Count the squares, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Yeah, look at this. That's not 40 feet.
Huh.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, look at this. What the fuck?
Math is not mathing! Math is not mathing!
Oh my god, the blob is growing! Gotta break the
Yeah,
matrix!
that's not 40 feet.
That doesn't make much sense.
It's like, you fool!
Yeah.
You've broken the
That's why I was
natural
being confused. I
order!
kept on going. Like, surely it's gonna increase if I keep on moving forwards. Well, now you know I have something planned, so.
I mean, it's kind of hard when like you like are showing the world like your measurements there. Anyway, is that your turn, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my turn.
Alrighty, as we get to the top of the turn order, we have Talos. That is now your turn. Talos.
Talos.exe has stopped responding.
Well, what were we on him? They got the same initiative order. Our knights are going to shoot some crossbow bolts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no.
Another nat one. Hopefully it's not the same guy.
No, it's the one that's right above you.
Oh, great.
Alright, let me roll severity for that one. Oh, no!
Mm-hmm.
Does he shoot?
Hey, Greyhound.
Oh no!
Okay, I assume a 6 doesn't hit you.
No, it does not.
Alright, this knight right above you here tries to help with that group that's over by you and shoots a bolt, but its aim is off and it almost hits you, but it bounces off your shield. Just boom! The other one up here, he shoots a bolt that misses as well. This guy here is the only one that makes a shot. This one down here, like, stands up from his wounded leg and attempts to shoot a bolt out, but it just kind of flies off randomly. He in particular is going to aim at the knight there. As he kind of looks over and goes, Harold, I'm sorry! As he will deal 8 piercing damage.
My boss's name was Harold. I don't like Harold.
Well, good news. Harold is directly to your north of you there, Greyhound.
Nice.
Alrighty, with that, Shax, are you back?
I've been back.
Oh, good. We didn't hear you. You might have been muted. So, it is your turn. What are you doing?
I'm going to use my grappling hook that I have in my bag of holding to get down off the wall.
Oh, okay. That'll take an action to do. If you're cool with that.
Fine.
Alright. So,
Talos ain't dropping down.
you grapple
Come on!
and make your way down. You have your movement and your bonus action still. Meanwhile, the knights up there are like, why are they all getting off the wall? Like, we're safe behind the wall. Are they mad?
As I'm going down, I'm like, yeah, but most of us can't really hit anything unless we have anything that will deal good damage from range. Well, I think you should check out one of your men at the end. He's injured. As I go down.
Alright, so what you do now, Shax?
I'm going to see. Bonus. I can move into a bonus section. I'm gonna use Shield of Faith on myself.
Alrighty. Increasing your AC up. Whoa, you roll with a holy light. Also, Treth, as you are within Dain's vicinity, you feel a bit of his paladin aura developing around you.
I'm gonna move to here.
Neat.
As Talos charges up ahead. Sunblade in hand, or?
Sunblade is at hand. Sunblade is glowing bright.
You hear a non-licensed as the Sunblade ignites.
Since I'm constantly under the protection, the activation, the sense protection of good and evil is constantly on me now due to my level. To make sure it's set for undead.
Very good. And is that your turn?
That's gonna be my turn.
All right, Treth, you're up.
Definitely being that shiny object.
Alrighty.
Forward in front of you, and you see this large ogre-like foe making its way up as well, with a giant morning star in hand.
Very well. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Here, I'm going to get opportunity of attacks from both those zombies that I walk past.
Yes, indeed. They will both slam at you, so like, but I'm assuming a 7 and 8 don't hit.
Nope.
As they just, and you just kind of duck and dodge away from them.
Now, from where I am, can I see the humanoid figure better now, or no?
make another perception check to see if the ogre is blocking the view or not. Ooh. Yeah, as you take a look, you see the ogre, unfortunately, your positioning is not great as the ogre is completely obscuring the view of that humanoid that's coming up.
Very well.
Closer.
In that case,
Ooh, no.
all those will be hitting the ogre, at least the ones that do hit.
All of them but 2,
All of them but 2, okay.
obviously.
Yeah, I kind of figured, but... 1, 2, 3, 4...
As you Vegeta just daka 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 daka, just da 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 da.
Okay, and
Ooh.
so I shot him 6 times, however, I'm also going to use Lance of Lethargy rather than Repelling Blast, therefore... Oh wait, no, that's only once per turn. Shit. His speed gets reduced by 10.
Oh. Very, very interesting. So, that drops down
And
to
with
20.
another... Then, in that case, with another 3, I'm going to push him back 10 feet.
Alright. He is category large, does that matter?
Nope.
It's getting dark, I need to see my books. Just want to double check that, just in case.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
So I know there's some things that are, specify, if it's medium or smaller, but if it's large or huge, it may not. Let me see here.
When a creature you hit with Eldritch Blast, you push the creature up 10 feet away from you in a straight line. That is all it says.
Doesn't mention anything about size. Alright. So you're going to push him back 30 feet?
Yes, 30 feet, and then his speed is reduced by 10.
Ouchie, wow, wow.
Also, it doesn't say until end of turn or anything like that.
And it's probably one of those, until long rest sort of thing, so... 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, so it gets pushed all the way to the back of the map, and you deal a total of 25, 31, 34, 37 points of damage. Very solid. And so you blast as each blast kind of hits it, pushing it back. One of your shots in particular takes a huge chunk out of its leg, as it doesn't seem to show any signs of pain, but it is starting to limp as it's trying to move forward now.
Very nice.
Alrighty, but it is indeed still standing as it took. I said 37, right? 20, 31. Yeah, 37.
Yep.
Alrighty. It is looking hurt though. You can see a lot of its meat parts slawing off at this point. Is that your turn?
Yes, that is my turn.
Alrighty, Greyhound, it is your turn. You have Harold right above you, and you have some sort of gnoll-like skeleton and a zombie before you.
Yes. Alright. Sadly, I did have a plan. I mean, the plan has changed. Still using the same thing.
Okay. I'm assuming that
So-
this radius that you're outlining here has something to do with the plan?
Yeah, making sure that I'm not hitting anyone other than myself and enemies.
Okay.
So,
I'm looking forward
I'm
to
going to cast Sleet Storm.
it. Ooh.
But before that,
Sleet
I'm going to
Storm,
be
ooh.
casting, yes. I'm going to be casting Blade Song to increase my AC for the enemies around me. Protect myself. Alright, so Sleet Storm and Blade Storm to get roof. And Sleet Storm is third level.
You're casting it at third level?
Yes, it's the only only level that I can cast it at for some reason.
Okay, so a 20-foot tall cylinder with a 40-foot radius centered on a point you choose within range. The area is heavily obscured. Okay, so let me drop a token down for this, because this could get complicated quick. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just drop this. What point specifically? Where's the origin point?
It was here. So,
Boop.
right there.
Okay.
Yep.
And this was it said 40-foot radius.
Yes, a 40-foot radius.
Okay, edit C. Boop.
That is 35.
A little bit bigger.
Now that's weird because I typed it into the thing. Like, I did a 40-foot aura here.
Yeah, because like this should be. Oh, wait a minute.
Roll 20 is being
Wait.
weird again.
Ah, shit. It's telling me that yours is bigger than the actual 40-foot too. Huh. Can I move the center spot?
Here, let me give you control over this. All right, you can move it now. So go ahead and it has the radius. So go ahead and adjust it as you see fit.
Okay, so that would still have him in it too.
Yep.
Just barely.
And with
But
storm,
okay.
set it
Actually,
on the point, choose the area heavily
That means
obscured.
I could do this. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna cast it there.
Okay.
And
So that would.
I'm
keep you
going
out
to
of
Blade Song as well. Yes.
it. Alrighty.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I expended that spell slot. Actions. Get rid of a Blade Song slot too. There we go. Alright, that's the end of my turn.
Alrighty. And so
AC 17 for Dexterity, and let me see. Anything else I need to tell you about?
Alright, he falls prone as he is within at the start of his turn. It falls prone. So it will then use half its movement speed, which is 20 feet. So it'll use 10 feet of it to get up, and then it's going to proceed to try to move forward. So 5, 10, as it begins to crawl its way on the battlefield, just. Oh wait, it can only move 5 feet too because it's difficult terrain. So it moves 5 feet. So this thing is effectively
It's slowed.
grounded.
Like, you can't move.
And let's see, this zombie will start its turn there, as it will. You said it was 17?
Yeah, DC 17.
Holy crap!
Oh, it
something makes
it met it. God damn!
It's going to slam at you. 20.
20.
It's an angry
meets a
zombie.
beast.
The zombie's
Yes, it
riding
meets a
out
beast.
as it hits you. It
Oh, I
slaps
got
you
it.
for 6 bludgeoning as it boom right across your jaw.
Oh wait. Shield.
I hope you're going to cast shield as a reaction.
Yes.
How many spell slots do you have? Damn.
Yes.
I actually have a lot,
Okay.
You quickly cast up shield as it.
especially for like the first level too, since I can do shield for first level.
The knoll will fall down, and it will proceed to use half its movement to get up as it swipes at you with its spear with a 9 to miss. Meanwhile, Harold here isn't going to have any of that, as it's going to proceed to try and swing down at you with a 9 to hit. As you once again, with your shield up, just blows after blows are just bouncing off of you. Meanwhile, the zombie will go up, and it's going to attempt to hit the gate. 11 to hit. It will definitely hit. And deal 4 bludgeoning damage to the gate as it And this zombie will also make its way up. 10, 15 is going to attempt to hit. It definitely hits. It will deal 5 as the zombies begin to pound on the gate. Well, this skeleton here is going to draw its weapon, its short sword, and it's going to thrust at you for 11, Talos.
Oh, that does nothing.
Or 8, since you have protection on you. This skeleton up here is going to proceed to once again shoot at the knight up there with a 7 to miss. Its aim is terrible. Meanwhile, the humanoid figure gets closer, and next turn will be entering the battlefield. As Dain, it is your turn.
Alrighty. You know what? 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm going to smack at this one first with my axe.
Go for it. Oh no.
Oh dear.
Rolling for severity. Dain, roll damage.
Oh no.
You swing at the zombie as it kind of after it slams on the gate, as it kind of slows down on the gate a little bit as you swing your axe, take this, zombie, and you smash the gate for 15 points of damage, taking a board of wood out, just.
Oh dear. I mean, at least it wasn't anything important.
Just the gate keeping the undead horde from being able to storm the town.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go hit this. I'm gonna go for the others.
Definitely hits. With 15 points of damage. Boom! It kind of recoils a little bit from that radiant damage.
Dear.
Anything else you got?
Ba-ba-da-ba-da. You know what? As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Searing Smite on my axe. At second level.
Alrighty. Your Searing Smite is activated and will be ready to go for your next turn. Alright, Talos.
Well, firstly, I'm gonna be doing a slicey dice of this. Is that zombie or skeleton in front of me? A skeleton.
Go ahead and swipe at it. Oh, that definitely hits. Ooh, yeah. You take your sword and you slice this thing into
20 points of.
Yeah, it's gone. As you just take your sword and you just bwomp, 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 as you just slice it into pieces.
The Mace Windu, the spin slash.
Yes. As it just crumbles into piles of bone and burnt, radiantly burnt bone.
Let's see. Here, and I'm gonna go ahead and get this one that's right next to Dain.
Doesn't that one? It takes out half the gate. A 32 definitely hits.
18 points of damage.
Yeah. This one, you just charge up to it, you take your blade, hilt towards the bottom of your fist, and you take it and you bring it down onto the skull of this thing, just as you watch as the zombie just melts before you, just.
Alright, Dain?
I'm doing alright. I might have nicked the gate a little bit on the way through.
I gotta look at it and think, well, let's aim for these dead bastards. Alright.
Hey, that's the plan.
In slightly lower voice, so just he can hear. And let's make sure, once we take once we make sure the gate's secure, I might vanish for a minute to see if I can get that figure I saw in the back.
Wait, there's a figure in the back?
Someone back there, most likely leading the charge. Didn't get a good look, but I can see it's definitely not a zombie.
If we could take out a commander, that would definitely help.
Let's get back to the fight. That's gonna be my turn.
Alrighty, the knights going to proceed to unload a volley of arrows once again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yikes.
See. Yeah, their aims aren't great, and in fact, yeah, no, those two have actually a decent set of AC amongst each of them. So their bolts actually bounce off of your shield and the armor of the two above you. But the one zombie, they get one shot in on him. And 2 damage. Hooray! The guy that shot himself accidentally is making some amends here. Treth! Your go.
Hi. Very well.
Oh boy.
Eldritch blasts.
Ooh, not 20 on one of those.
All of them are going into big guy here.
Oh boy. Well, all but one will definitely
Yep.
hit.
Also, one of them is going to be Lance of Lethargy again, so reduce that movement speed once again by 10.
That's a
So
huge
he has no
surprise.
movement speed.
So go ahead and do your damage. Whoo! Alrighty.
That
3,
9 and 7
4,
should only be a 9.
1 minus. Oh, is that not a critical one? Oh, yeah, I see. Okay,
yeah.
so 9 minus 8 minus 4. Oh! As you just like, are you going to keep him on the ice, or you're going to try pushing him back off the ice?
No, I'm going to keep him on the ice, but I'm also going to reduce his movement speed by 10 if he's still
Alright.
standing.
He barely is. Like, you shoot the
Okay.
other leg, and like at this point he's crawling, and like most of all of this thing's body is kind of just been blown away, but it is barely hanging in there.
Understandable.
And let's see, you moved it by another 10, so that means its base movement speed is 10 feet. All right, good to know. And so, is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Greyhound, your turn move. You have 3 undead enemies at your feet, trying their best to get at you.
Dang it. Okay. Unfortunate. I want to get that guy out of the way.
Don't worry, he's going to show up next round anyway.
Yeah, well, you got 3 people in front of you, so
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that he was gonna die that round.
You got close.
Okay. That just means I gotta change my plan a little bit. Let's see.
I mean, when haven't we had to change our plans in this game?
Yeah. Now, I don't know if this is metagaming, but hey. Aaron,
Yes.
you confident that you can kill the giant next round?
Not answering that.
Okay, never mind.
In character, you could be like, "Hey, Blondie, you got that guy?" And you can respond like with quick, like one sentence, like responses and whatnot.
Just look at my
Does that
track
count as an
record.
action? So does that count as an action to speak to someone?
No.
No, it's a free action.
Free action to
Free
do
action,
some quick
okay.
speech.
sitting here monologue, then maybe it might be an action.
Yes, that would.
Hey, Trees! You got that big guy?
Treth is just gonna look at you and, like, do the gesture with both of his palms stretched out towards the giant zombie ogre orc, whatever the fuck this thing is. Like, are you fucking serious? You're really gonna ask me that?
So, since I am pretty confident that that guy is gonna die, I'm gonna cast Cloud of Daggers, which would take my concentration off of Sleet Storm, and it's gonna be at 4th level.
Ooh, and where are you casting it?
On myself. Actually, wait.
You said it was Knife Storm?
Cloud of Daggers.
Oh, Cloud of Daggers.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's around myself.
Cloud of Daggers.
Let me see. Oh no, it's an area of effect that isn't around yourself.
I mean, you can have it around yourself, but it's yeah, basically you have your range up to 60 feet, concentration up to 1 minute. You fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side. So here, let me drop. Wait, I might have a thing for this actually. Let me double check. Where?
For my bonus action, I'm gonna disengage.
Ooh, I do have a thing for it. So
Yeah.
let me drop this down. Whoop.
Ooh.
Well, that's weird. It says it's Cloud of Daggers. That doesn't look like Cloud of Daggers, though.
Close enough. Do you actually have one that actually has like daggers flying around?
That's what I thought I had.
Huh.
Nope. Nope. Animated magic shields. Oh man, I could have tossed magic shields on you this whole time. I need to double check my animated like tokens and whatnot. Some of them look cool.
Okay, now I'm getting some weird stuff that it's not letting. It's not to reload this page because it's like, what's going on? Weird things are happening.
Darkness. None of those
Darkness imprisoning me.
well, this will have to do. Okay, so I'll have you control it.
Oh gosh, it's doing that weird thing now that since you're doing an animated thing. My screen's being weird now.
And it doesn't like me being fancy.
No, it's showing that my character's now in the wall, and it's not letting me zoom out or zoom in. If I zoom out, everything gets squished together. If I zoom in, everything squishes.
That's so weird, its description. It says, in a cube 5 feet on each side. So if it's 5 feet on each side, centered on a point that you choose, so that'd be basically, so 5, and then that'd be 5 next to it, 5 next to it, so that'd be, let's see. Yeah, that'd be basically that. So that'd basically be like a 5-foot radius, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, you could control that now, so just angle the square wherever you see fit, Greyhound.
Yeah, the picture I just posted is pretty much like what my screen is right now.
Oh, I can't center it? Okay, whatever.
It's
still on them.
Yeah, it's a little janky.
Okay. But yeah,
Yeah,
so I
every time I
disengaged to get out of their range, and I casted Cloud of Daggers.
Oh geez, that is weird, Talos.
Yeah.
I need to move this real quick. I'm gonna go over here.
Yeah, move that out of the vault.
Do that.
Okay.
Alright, and that is what I'm doing.
Okay, so you're targeting on 2 of the individuals, or
It's all 3.
all 3? Okay.
Yeah, like I can't see anything on the map right now.
Yeah.
And the dexterity saving throw is...
Now that's gonna break.
Oh, does it not have a dexterity
Probably
saving throw?
change that.
Concentration. A creature takes when it enters. Oh, so you don't have a saving throw for this. That's actually kind of broken.
And whoop, whoop. Okay, here. We'll try this instead. Let me delete that. Boop. Okay, so this should be the same thing. Alright, does that work for you now, Shax?
That works, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's because it's on my tablet, and my tablet probably doesn't like it. It's like, okay, I can't do that. I don't like it.
Alright, so does that work for you placement wise, Graham?
Yes. And flavor wise, like always, Greyhound is incoherently screaming when he casts spells.
And each creature takes 4d4 slashing damage when it enters the area for the first time, or on a turn, or starts its turn there. Which is about to start its turn there, so go ahead and roll your 4d4 slashing damage. Are you casting it at 2nd level or higher?
I'm casting at 4th level.
4th, okay, so that will be an extra 4.
8d4.
So 8d4.
Yes, I want them gone.
Alright, let's go ahead and cast your 8d4 slashing damage.
22 slashing damage.
Alrighty. Let me... Alright, do you have Undead Fortitude? Nope, you have Rampage. Okay. The Gnoll Skeleton gets absolutely shredded to bits. The zombie... need to make a Constitution saving throw to see if its Undead Fortitude will persist, and with a 5, it is not happening. The zombie also gets shredded to bits. The Night Skeleton, he will take that, but he will still be up. By how much? Let's see. Oh yeah, okay, he doesn't have any special abilities, so 36 minus 2. Alright, so down to that number of health. Alright, is that your turn?
Yes, because I already did my bonus action, disengage. Yeah, I can't do anything else.
Alrighty. The air gets cold as your breath suddenly can be seen on the wind. The silent steps of this armored individual approach, coming up right behind this ogre. Dain and Talos, your hearts skip a beat, and a shiver goes down your spine as you see a familiar visage. Clad in tarnished black armor, glowing red eyes through a helm, as this individual wields a shield and a longsword in one hand. It enters the battlefield and looks. As it looks directly at the gate, you watch as from its sword it slashes. Shoom! And I need you and Dain to roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh god.
1 sec.
as a magical
shit.
ball of fire flies through the air and explodes upon the gate. And
I'm gonna use my. Can I? Since he. Well, would my crest work for Dain?
that's only if it's a critical hit. And unfortunately, this is a saving throw.
Damn.
Well, which, by
What
the
if I use
way,
as a reaction to grab Dain? If I use it as a can I use it as a reaction to try to grab?
Do you have like a send no
Damn
feat
it.
or something?
No, damn, I don't.
Or shield master? I mean, I don't think so. And even then,
Oh,
I don't even
damn.
think you're safe from this as well, because even with Dane's
14.
+2,
Yeah, +2.
that gives you a
And I'm
16. And to save this, as you can probably see, it's, well, you can't see. The DC is a lot higher, let's just say.
Oh boy.
But I will say what happens next is not great.
I'm very tempted to use my lucky to re-roll, but I want to keep just in case.
As this ball of hellfire flies through the air, it explodes upon the door. The zombie also needs to make a dexterity, which it's going to miserably fail. And a constitution. Oh wow, it does pretty well there. But it's still not enough.
Do we have to roll constitution saving throws too, or?
No, just the zombie for its undead fortitude. The zombie is absolutely incinerated and obliterated. Meanwhile, the gates get blown open. The knights also have to make a dexterity saving throw. They also
Rip.
miserably fail.
Oh dear.
Oh,
I'm
no.
guessing they're all thrown prone.
Worse than that.
Oh
Dain,
no!
Talos, and the 2 knights that are within range, because unfortunately they were just in range from their positioning, all of you take 39 points of fire damage and 37 points of necrotic damage.
Jeez.
God damn.
My brain needs to math out. 37
So
and
if you have any
39, you
resistances
said?
to any of that, go ahead and take into account any fire or necrotic resistances, but in total, that is 76 points of damage in total.
Ow.
As you hear 2 screams of agony and death just rattle out as the gate explodes. Boom! You hear 2. Ah!
I am... Ow.
As
My ears are ringing, I'm looking around.
as your ears ringing, you 2 look at this individual as it just slides its sword to the side, shield forward, as it looks with its glowing eyes towards the gate, ready to make its charge as a foe that is similar to one you've seen a long time ago is before you. Gentlemen, you face a Death Knight.
Boy.
Yippee!
And that,
Like, even though I'm hurt, Talos is gonna raise his sword, like the sunblade in defiance.
and that is where we're going to end the episode for today.
Jeez. I was expecting something to happen, but not that. That's like freaking Sauron walking onto the field and being like, die.
Alrighty.
Like, in my head, the moment you described it, like, my head, like, I just started, like, seeing it, and then all of a sudden pointing the sword, and then, like, all sound goes away, it, like, gets, like, that little tiny little red dot on the end of the sword, and then...
Alright. You all will be getting 2,000 experience for... Well, actually, I'll hold off until after the fight, just in case you all don't survive. How about that?
Okay.
No fun.
So, we'll see if you guys...
So I'm hearing is,
Hands.
so I'm hearing is throw everything at him so he doesn't get near us. Got it.
Alright, so, with that, I'll be right back.
Jeez, like...
As our heroes face an enemy they had barely survived long, long time ago. Not since They were first in Duskwood when they faced a death knight that nearly ended them. Have they faced a foe like this since? Will they survive? Will they be able to save the town of Duskwood once again? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.